The butterfly effect is the sensitive dependence on initial conditions in which a small change in one state of a deterministic, nonlinear system can result in large differences in a later state. The effect is actually named after a butterfly because it's the perfect example. In one location, a butterfly flaps its wings, and that's all it is. Whereas somewhere else, those same flapping of wings contribute to the formation and path taken of a tornado. The term butterfly effect actually is a part of the greater chaos theory, which explores how seemingly random or unpredictable behavior can arise in systems governed by deterministic laws. Perhaps you were always going to watch an Until Dawn video on YouTube, but my title and thumbnail being what they were pleased the algorithm enough to push me to you. Hello, I'm fallinghurts. I make reviews mostly, but like Thanos collecting the Infinity Stones, I have been creating a collection of my own, my favorite games, respectfully represented in the forms of retrospectives. First, with Firewatch, I argued that its ending was not only good, but very believable. With Alien Isolation, the approach was a little different, but the goal was still the same, determining if the game was too long or if it pulls off its terrifying juggling act. To challenge the popular opinion about my favorite games and to go through the game piece by piece, noting story, gameplay, nostalgic memories, and anything else that feels relevant to me. Today, we will be doing the same with Until Dawn, in my most ambitious video to date that promises to be too long. But we've got a little bit of setup, so bear with me until we get to that point. Because today I wanted to kind of tackle and take down the opinion that Until Dawn is just a horror movie with a few button prompts, and a shallow one at that. And with that, it's important for me to say that with every question in life, every ponderous moment, scenario, and preference, there is always a decision to be made and a consequence of that decision. To form and hold an opinion is the ultimate basis for every decision that we make. Be it our political values or our favorite refreshing fruit, our values and preferences guide our choices, leading us down the long winding road of existence. And some of you, be it politics or fruit, just pick the orange one no matter what. So it's no shock that the interactive medium of gaming would capitalize on what film could not, the agency of the audience. Although Netflix notably did try with that grabber snatch or whatever the hell that show was. For years, gaming has slowly embraced player choice. The weapons you use, the path you walk on, who stays in your party, and if you're going to buy the Xenomorph skin in Fortnite. Role-playing games, or RPGs, frequently sell the immersive nature of the gameplay and their worlds by embracing choice and consequence. Blowing up the bomb in Megaton in Fallout 3 nets the player unique rewards with the consequence of killing most of the town and a massive hit to the karma system. Choosing to submit to the captain in Universe Income 2 will... I'm just kidding, I've never played that, ever. And it looks like I never will. Thanks, MasterCard. Anyways, Until Dawn is a game all about making tough choices on big and small scales, and depending on who you ask, is either a smash hit and the pinnacle of the narrative horror genre, or a glorified scary movie where you press a few buttons to keep the scenes going. Generally speaking, neither side is ever right, with good people on both sides, but in this video we're going to painstakingly go through 2 full parallel playthroughs of the game, with the hopes of showcasing the highs and lows of storytelling, presentation, and gameplay, all while trying to add in as many tidbits, bad jokes, and hot takes that I can fit within the runtime of this video. For the 10-year anniversary of Until Dawn, I wanted to make sure fans of the game had a place to sit down and get cozy by the fire, or for me writing this in the summer in Ohio, by the AC. So, looky, who's gonna fire up some nookie? Anyways, back to the topic at hand. Until Dawn is a narrative adventure game set in a campy horror slasher. It was a hit when it came out, reaching past its launch expectations, finding acclaim, and probably, most importantly, hitting it big on the internet with Let's Plays, guides, and strong player sentiment. But to truly understand the significance of the game's release, we have to go back to 2008. And what a great year it was. Iron Man came out and kickstarted the MCU, Kanye released the amazing 808s and Heartbreaks, his best album, and many great games came out, GTA 4, Dead Space, and even the previously mentioned Fallout 3. The Great Recession and housing market crash led to some terrible financial times, It's truly unfortunate I was wasting my time in the 3rd grade instead of buying a cheap house. But it wasn't all for nothing though. I met my first soulmate, Lindsay, in gym class. We were endgame for like 2 weeks before she broke up with me. But America wasn't where all the action was. In England, 2 brothers, Pete and Joe Samuels, founded a game studio called Supermassive Games. With less than 30 contracted devs, the studio's first actual work that was published was DLC for the PlayStation game Little Big Planet. Also on that side of the pond, Sony London was working on a horror game for the PlayStation Move, a piece of PS3 motion hardware that would hopefully steal some of the Wii's thunder. Spoiler alert, it did not. In the game, the player would utilize the motion controls to play in first person to solve puzzles, play minigames, and engage in quick-time events. You also had the choice to play it solo or co-op by passing the Move controllers to a partner, and according to a former dev of London Studios, the game was targeting couples in their mid-20s to play as the characters John and Chrissy, who are stuck on the mountain with their group of friends as a mysterious killer is about, much in the vein of Scream and I Know What You Did Last Summer. Also, hot takes inbound. Scream is a great franchise, but 3 is one of the worst movies ever made. And I Know What You Did Last Summer also isn't good because it devolves into Jennifer Love Hewitt screaming at the killer until the movie ends. Anyways, from the earliest concepts of the game, it's so interesting that the developers were prescient enough to know that players would want to pass the controllers around like Bonnie Blue for an experience like this. As even today, that's exactly what I do with my friends when we're over and we play these kinds of games. And newer Supermassive games allow for player voting and co-op as well. Regardless, for as ahead of their time as they may have been, apparently the game's development was troubled, with feature creep and no true direction, which is when Mark Simmons was brought in to steer the ship. He'd previously successfully directed Silent Hill Origins and Silent Hill Shattered Memories. So it was no wonder that under him the game began to take shape with a trimming of fat. Regardless of if those are the popular Silent Hill games or not, they are still games that were finished and released. Ultimately though, Simmons was only brought on to see if the game could be steered back on track, and it seems that Sony wasn't happy with the answer, all of which culminating in March of 2011 when the game was cancelled. Back to Supermassive, they didn't exactly have a great time then either. In 2012, they released Doctor Who: The Eternity Clock, which was originally planned as a trilogy and then after its financial failure, saw the follow-up games cancelled. Maybe if they would have used Tennant instead of Smith, it would... Never mind. I love you, Damon. Anyways, Supermassive got a little self-conscious after getting rejected by some BBC. So they went back to their ex, Little Big Planet, for a bit as well as the PlayStation Move again, further strengthening that Sony relationship where they already worked in a second-party capacity. It's around then, at Gamescom 2012, that Until Dawn was revealed officially, but not by its original developer Sony London, but by Supermassive Games. So, clearly, Sony had some faith in the original concept, but not in the initial project itself. The trailer, looking back, is super disorienting, and due to still being based off of the PlayStation Move, it clearly isn't representative of what we eventually got. Looking back on some of the trailer re-uploads, with comments from the trailer ranging from, "It kind of reminds me of Alan Wake, looks like Cabin in the Woods, or some horror movie. This game is shit. It is like Evil Dead 2. Sony, you are shit. What's with the hate? The game looks really good. I already commented so nobody can say first, but man, this looks scary." It's clear the reaction to the initial version was mixed at best, but there was clearly an interest for horror at the time. And horror is something that was beginning to regain mainstream popularity by way of YouTubers and Let's Players with games like Amnesia: The Dark Descent, and just earlier that year, Slender: The 8 Pages, a widely popular indie game. Alan Wake, which seems to be the last cultural touchpoint based off of this comment section, came out on Xbox in 2010. So, maybe there was still a little bit of console wars still going on then, but it's clearly not happening now. It's also important to mention that 2012 marks the release of the hugely popular Telltale's The Walking Dead, something that I believe would eventually impact where the game ends up in the official 2015 release. It's so interesting to see gameplay in first person of what would later be such memorable and iconic scenes from the game, but in a different lens. There are a few channels now that are dedicated to that original first and third person version of Until Dawn, The one I'm using is digital preservation, so go check that out. With a lot of that footage coming from a 2013 build, 2 years before the game's PS4 release in August of 2015. It's still really cool to see how different it would play and feel, although this version, as opposed to the original Sony London game, does feature the final cast of characters from the full release and general plot details. However, most of the actors do end up changing, except for Chris and Mike. But of course, it still doesn't have the fidelity of the final release, but in my opinion, that makes this even cooler, so feast your eyes from what I'm showing you here. Seeing as how the PS3 and subsequently the move control schemes were abandoned in favor of retooling for the more powerful PS4, I think it was a smart move. The game could capitalize on the newer console's popularity, power, and even with the lack of motion controllers, some elements were able to remain included, like the Stay Still minigame for the PS4 controller. Also, the switch to a more of a fixed camera angle presentation was a huge boon for the game. It made the camera better positioned to highlight the characters, environments, and the best cinematic focal points for a lot of the points in the game. But enough about a version of the game that has never come out. What we're here to talk about today is the Until Dawn from August 25th, 2015, on the PS4 from Supermassive Games. Well, technically, one playthrough is the original PS4 release. The other footage for the gameplay that I'm using is going to be from the Until Dawn remake on PC, which came out back in October 4th, 2024, from Ballistic Moon, a studio put together seemingly of a lot of old Supermassive talent. Unfortunately today, the efforts of both teams weren't enough to fully repel the current gaming trends as well as the hard economic times. Ballistic Moon had layoffs before the remake even launched, but even more came after, as they were unable to land a new project and therefore funding, essentially leaving the developer of the Until Dawn remake closed, in everything but the name. Supermassive themselves have also been losing the war of attrition, even after modern releases in their Dark Pictures anthology series, a spin-off Dead by Daylight game, a VR game, and a full-blown spiritual successor to Until Dawn. The studio has had layoffs yearly, and in early 2024, those founders I mentioned, Joe and Pete, stepped away. I didn't need to cover this part, but I kind of wanted to. It's sad to see studios that make what I like lose. I hope for Supermassive that it works out, that Directive 8020 comes out next year and is a really good sci-fi horror. Anyone who's seen my Alien Isolation video will know my appreciation for the space. No pun intended. Anyways, I've rambled enough. You know how we got here now, and the seemingly lightning in a bottle that the original BAFTA award-winning game truly was. No game since then has been on the same level of Until Dawn, with its juggling act of horror, its very premise, and the choice and consequence of the gameplay. There are games that are designed potentially better in the genre as a whole, like Detroit Become Human, but that is at the cost of the horror. And to a lot of people, that one doesn't feel campy, it just feels like it's taking itself too seriously. Supermassive themselves have even struggled to replicate what Until Dawn did. In a cave, with a box of scraps! I'm sorry, that one was bad. It sounded better in my notes, okay? Give me a break. They've tried different gameplay and story ideas, as well as all new celebrities. I mean, really, they've had both Ashley Tisdale and Brenda songs in their games. We're almost set for a full-blown Sweet Life crossover game. But in saying all of this, it's important for me to highlight what exactly worked for me. Horror tropes with a heavy emphasis on a subversion of expectation that is well hinted to, that is performed by some known but all very good actors. These things worked in tandem to create a pretty diehard fan base with Until Dawn, which has endured the test of time to be the best Choices Matter horror game to date. And it all starts when you boot the game. The whirling of wind and gusts of snow almost lull you into a sense of serenity, only to be jump scared by the title card for the game itself. And in my opinion, that's already a better trailer than that old PS Move trailer that we looked and talked about already. It gives a sense of the actual environment and atmosphere, while kind of emphasizing the number one type of horror that's going to take place within the game: jump scares. Well, that's not entirely true, but that is one of the main ways that it does poke its head out at the player to keep that heartbeat going. Upon starting, the game illustrates the butterfly effect, highlighting different outcomes and warning our actions have consequences. The opening to the game is a tragic setup, much in the vein of I Know What You Did Last Summer. A prank is played, feelings are hurt, and lives are lost. In both the original and the remake, we find ourselves outside of a cabin in the mountains. I promise to keep the comparisons of the two versions to a lesser degree going forward, but I want to highlight just how differently this prologue feels compared to each version. If the original is the punchy, cult classic Evil Dead, then the remake is Evil Dead 2. Very, very similar, but souped up in a lot of ways with a higher budget. While both focus in on a girl named Beth, the original very quickly cuts into the prank setup and its machinations. All dialogue happening as the characters walk to their places as the game's signature foreboding music plays. The remake, on the other hand, takes things much more slowly, choosing rather to start Beth outside taking out the trash, much closer to the mysterious man with a blade that we saw watching. So, it's creepy when the camera approaches Beth and she seems to freeze as she stares back. The fake out of it being that it's actually just a deer being used as a way to tutorialize the game's stay calm or stay still mechanic. With a motion controller, you'll need to stay still and not move the controller. With anything else, you'll need to use the sticks to keep the bar inside the circle. I like this change a lot better than how the Dark Pictures rhythm minigame looked, where in that all you had to do was, rhythmically press certain buttons. I feel like this is a little more tactile and, just represents better how it would feel, even though nothing is going to come close to not moving the controller. And the original is the one I love the most. The trippy music plays and the heartbeat drones on. It's very easy to try too hard to stay still and completely whiff it. Anyways, back into the house itself, and it actually feels like a party happened here. Wacky music plays as Beth and her twin sister Hannah move their drunken brother Josh to the couch, where we also see another guy passed out already, who we know as Chris, who clearly fell asleep first because he got the marker treatment, which was still a lot more forgiving and less phallic than my friends would have been. But in the cleaning up, Hannah sees a letter that she reads and keeps hidden from her sister, only finishing it when Beth walks away. The motion capture here is what really sells the extended intro for me. It's clear that they weren't up for recording new lines as Hannah and Beth, so this scene might as well be black and white with the amount of dialogue that it actually has. However, the new animations add so much to what little we actually have on the twins. Especially disheartening seeing just how joyful and giddy Hannah was to receive a letter from her crush, Mike. Well, until that dastardly villain reveals herself to be, well, everyone. Everyone else is pretty much in on it. Jessica, Emily, Mike, Matt, and Ashley are all set up for a plan that you pretty much have to be drunk to think was a good idea. And to the game's credit, we do see quite a few red solo cups strung around. You see, Emily is dating Mike, but everyone knows that Hannah has a crush on Mike. So, to teach her a lesson, Jessica, seemingly with Emily's blessing, left a note as Mike saying that no one gets him like she does and asking for a meetup. As Beth actually finds the note, we see Hannah change into her original game outfit, take a drink for courage, and hype herself up. While on the inverse, Emily asserts herself and tells everyone where to set up for the prank. There's a lot of nice added foreshadowing here where Mike and Jess linger and Emily has to send Jessica away, but ultimately the song playing climaxes with the line, "I'm going in for the kill." The additions to this scene resonate with me mostly because of how well they fit into the knowledge that we get later in the game. Hannah's obsession with Mike and the lengths that she's gone through to get his attention, she feels as though she's finally caught her prey. But in reality, it's her so-called friends that have trapped her. The kill, in reality, being the loss of innocence of everyone in that room. Or, depending on how you play, perhaps Hannah gets to celebrate that kill 1 year later. Unfortunately, Hannah does notice everyone is hiding and laughing at her while she's being very vulnerable. So, she obviously storms out. Sam almost catches her in time, but ultimately the group lets her go outside. Which brings me to my first major critique of the remake. What the hell is even that light switch? Did the Washingtons really cheap out on an electrician that inverted the switch? No, but actually my issue is with Sam. We'll get more into her character later, but the new version greatly diminishes our first impression of her. While she does hear the plan, and somewhat objects in both versions, in the original, Sam immediately leaves to find Hannah and warn her, but she doesn't get to her in time. While in the remake, Sam decides to sit and think for a little bit, probably to sketch some more very familiar looking portraits. And as one of these sketches are actually used on the back of Jessica's notes, the remake all but fills in the implication of Sam's doubtful complacency on a prank against what is supposed to be her best friend. Again, they probably just took the picture and, used it without her permission. However, With the way she acts in the remake, you would be forgiven for thinking that Sam might have actually had just second thoughts about this prank. From here, the outcomes are all the same. Hannah storms off, Sam claims superiority, and Beth realizes that something's up. Finally, we get to play. Our first choice is really just for show. Waking Josh up is impossible because Josh is sloshed. Beth also wants to scold the friends when she gets outside because they are insensitive pricks. Although, of course, she doesn't exactly know what the prank is, she can get a pretty good idea that something happened with Mike and Hannah. But she doesn't stay for long though because she needs to find her twin. The hunt for Hannah is an interesting litmus test for how we view thriller and horror pacing in 2015 versus now, well, somewhat now in 2024. The 2015 game starts with Beth frantically trying to catch up to her sister, with obstacles in the way requiring a QuickTime event, or a QTE, to avoid successfully. Basically, as a character is on the screen running, or whatever, or performing some type of action, there's a button prompt that must be hit in time to successfully do the task. We're also introduced to the idea of multiple paths to be taken. The safe versus the fast routes, which, depending on which one you pick, is the intensity of the QuickTime events, and sometimes even whether to follow the sound or the footprints, meaning that you kind of have to know which is the correct path based off of the information you're very quickly given. After unsuccessfully catching up, Beth pulls out her phone for a light, and still pushes forward. With us now in full control, it's amazing how much the game actually pushes against that very idea. The original score by Jason Graves kicks in, and there's a reason it has stayed in my head for years later. The subtle bits of music, low rolling in to strike just before or after a scare, really does the atmosphere justice. The blue hue on the snow and trees literally shouts cold almost as much as the wind itself does. The point being, finding Hannah is urgent, and if she got lost at night, it wouldn't really go well for her. And because we're in Canada, the ambiance is only half of the game's restraint of player control. The other half is the game's fixed camera angles. I can be your angle or your devil. It's countless how many times in Until Dawn that the camera feels like you're being watched or even followed. We'll talk about the camera more later, but for a horror game to come out in 2015 with a fixed camera this good, you'd think it was an HD remaster of a 2002 remake of a 1996 game. But, due to international copyright laws, it is not. After a quick walk, we reach our goal of 10,000 steps for the day. Good job! No, but anyways, Hannah is on the ground, condemning her own stupidity, and Beth, the ever-kind sister, covers her with her own jacket. Once again, we get the idea that Beth is someone who is kind of the mom of the friends group. Her and Hannah both kind of pick up and are very good about doing so after the party. But then even here, she feels a sense of responsibility for her sister. But that's it for the original version. The remake has a different take on how this should all go. It's mostly the same beats, but it starts with the walking segment first, actually. Beth starts her million lumen phone light, and I'm captivated by the visuals of the remake for truly the first time. The snow texture and degradation, the furs on the fallen pine tree, as well as the light itself as the darkness eats away at its edges. Moving under the tree, I can't help but feel that this would have been a gratuitous ass shot 10 years ago when the game first came out. Don't forget what they took from us. Thanks, liberals. Anyways, the walk's about the same, without that memorable score in my opinion, culminating in this scene. I love the developer's willingness to add new stuff like this. However, I fear that it over-explains exactly what the flames in the woods are by getting a proper close look at them. Obviously, we don't see the flamethrower guy here, But in the original, even the flames themselves are obscured, leaving it much more of a mystery as to actually what's going on here. Either way, it's a jump for the player and Beth. But then we go into the same QTE and path choice run, which leads us to Hannah once again. So in 2015, it was more of a quick jump out of the gate, a frantic struggle to help find Hannah before it's too late, which does eventually kind of slow down as hope begins to die. And the tension intensifies only to find Hannah again at the last second. In the remake, it's a slower start, with the same scares unceremoniously thrown towards the game's third-person camera. While approaching the shed, there's a sharp bang of intensity that ups the pressure instantly and remains that high intensity until finally finding Hannah, where we get some really good, sad music. The original feels like a bait and switch with the player's feelings, whereas the reimagining finds itself relentlessly playing with players' heart rates. Ultimately, much like the saddest solo performer on OnlyFans, it's different strokes for different folks. Both versions of the game have the twins' heartfelt moment interrupted by something in the woods. A man? Not likely. From everything we've seen so far, it's probably a deer. Either way, antlers are scary, so they run away together and Hannah falls down for attention, dropping her phone. The music here in both games works really, really well, but I personally prefer the original here overall. Even the sound mixing feels better as the original finds room for both an overbearing soundtrack as well as sounds of their deadly pursuer, whereas the screeches of what we would later know as the Wendigo are a lot more faded out in the remake. And just as we begin to see from the Beast's perspective in an orange tone pierced by bright blue highlights of the victims, that's when Hannah slips. But still holding on to Beth, the twins fall together. Switching to their perspective, no monster greets them at the edge. A flame belch fills the visible sky, and seconds later a man reaches out with his hand to grab the girls. To a first-time player, his goggles could have been what obscured that vision in that perspective, but I, along with pretty much everyone else, I think, believed that he was always trying to help. Suspended only by a protruding root, we're faced with our final decision as Beth, to let go of the root, condemning her and her sister to death, or to release Hannah to have a hand to potentially reach up for safety. Now, based off of what little we know of Beth, she cares for her siblings, is more level-headed than Hannah, and is willing to put herself in harm's way for those that she cares about. If this were a canon event, or in a movie scenario, I believe letting go of the root is the right call. And once again, however, our actions have no consequence, as either choice results in both sisters falling and dying? ? Of course, you won't really know this on the first playthrough, and you may have thought you just made the wrong decision. But in retrospect, I don't think it's the best way to establish stakes for a new player, although I promise we will get there to where those stakes do come in, I promise. For now though, as we end the prologue, we are introduced to another game dynamic by the way of our psychiatric visit with Dr. Hill. These bookend most chapters of the game, and provide insights into what may come, evaluation of what's already happened, and somewhat of a fourth wall breaking, I guess maybe creepy scenario. Also, of all the characters in the game, Dr. Hill is the only one that I feel truly reaches into that uncanny valley level. I don't know if it's his character detail or the overexposure of his pronunciations on things. I don't know what it is, but he in and of himself is very creepy. But anyways, after probing you about your thoughts on a picture of a barn and a scarecrow in a field, he promises to explore your fears deeper in the next session. And I won't get too deep into these sessions right now. From here on out, I'm actually going to skip them at the end of each chapter, and we're going to talk about them all at once later. But as we begin chapter 1, we get the opening credits, which have also been greatly nerfed. Oh Death, and probably my favorite version that I've ever heard. The remake has a new song called Out of the Shadows, and while it features similar imagery of the game to come, this one feels less of a mood setter for a tragic and bittersweet story to me, and more of like a bad Bond 007 intro. It's a good sounding song, but it just doesn't fit to me. As the intro fades, we join Sam, headed to the base of the mountain in the evening. Something to point out here, in the remake, they actually do make this still daytime. In the original, it is nighttime. This is one of the changes that was a little questionable in the trailers, but I actually do like this change overall. Small difference, but again, we're not going to be pointing that out too much. She's listening to some news about the 1-year anniversary of the twins' disappearance, which is pretty morbid. They were never found, and the sheriff does mention one man as a person of interest that they haven't been able to find either. Finally, she pulls up another video, and we see Josh, played by the awesome Rami Malek, who up until this point I knew him as the guy from Night at the Museum. Now, funny enough, he's been in Bond movies, he's been in his own movies, and he's even won a few awards. Anyway, Josh has sent this video to all of his friends, welcoming them back and promising to celebrate the memories of his sisters in spite of how awkward that it would be. For those watching at home, I really want to spend some quality time with each and every one of you and share some memories that we'll never forget for the sake of my sisters. Really sounds so much different once you've already played the game. Chapter 1 can be titled Memento Mori, which I think is a Markiplier reference, but to everyone else that translates to Remember, You Must Die. And what is a better example of this reminder that death looms than everyone returning to Blackwood Mountain on the anniversary of such a terrible night? And that's exactly what the chapter is all about, making our way up the mountain as we learn more about each member of this fractured friend group, all with a heavy tinge of drama. Most chapters in the game read like an episode of TV with an ensemble cast, switching from person to person in unique sequences. Starting with Sam, she's also being watched by the same guy who loves this camera shot. As she makes her way to the cable car to travel up the mountain, we follow some footprints in the snow. Eventually, we're going to find a note warning that the gate is busted, written on the back of an email chain of directions for Chris. A small detail that shows Chris's lack of confidence because he's clearly been here before, but he definitely needs the push in the right direction. After climbing over the wall next to the gate, Sam sees a squirrel, and with another don't move sequence, she can actually feed it. This was actually the tutorial sequence for this in the original game. After that, we get our first totem, a collectible in the game that actually can provide hints and context that may help your gameplay. There are 5 different types of totems, and 6 in the remake. Black totems show a death of whoever finds it. Red totems warn of dangerous events. Brown totems show tragedy and loss affecting friends. Yellow totems can guide you and give hints of the best possible choices and outcomes. White totems show good fortune and luck by the way of the ideal outcomes and scenarios. And the new totem that I mentioned are the hunger totems, which show specifically visions of a certain creature that lives on the mountain. And we'll actually get more into her direct journey later. Of course, I'm talking about Hannah the Wendigo. In the end, I go back and forth with totems as a concept. I like the gameplay implications and potential guidance and misdirects even, because sometimes the information we're provided. A perfect example of this is early in the game we can find a totem that shows Emily being burned to death. Midway through the game we actually see her dealing with the guy who has the flamethrower. Now this acts as a misdirect because as far as the player knows, she can die from being burned to death. It may lead you to believe that he could actually be a bad guy or someone trying to kill her, whereas that's simply not the case. It ups tension, although it does give a very real vision of the future for something that happens at the end of the game. I love stuff like that. However, it's all an immersion thing, as the character who finds it clearly doesn't actually see the vision. Or they'd probably freak out, especially the ones seeing their own deaths. The remake also adds in an extra step of finding the crack in the totem to see the vision, which is actually pretty creepy sounding, like the sound effects were really good here. So I'll count it as a plus, even if it does wear out its welcome after a few totems. The other reasons to collect the totems outside of like trophies or achievements would be to fill out your collection, because each one of them adds a piece to a video of events of the past. Again, when we're talking about Hannah the Wendigo, I'll share this video a little closer to then because it comes into play with a theory that I have. But from now on, I'm not going to discuss totems, their locations, or even what is shown in them. Just know that I like them as a concept, but it's a little weird and an extra bit of immersion breaking in my opinion. But okay, at the ski lift, we see some of the others' cars, and with some peeping, we can actually see where Emily's already made a trip to Spencer's. Upon approach to the building itself, we see Chris's phone buzzing while hanging out of his bag. But there's no Chris, so the choice to snoop or not comes up. Sam must have been a California girl, the way I had to snoop, dog. Chris never cares too much either way. He'll play it off as a joke, but the key takeaway is that he's texting Ashley. They have a will they, won't they tension going on, as neither of them will accept that the other actually likes them back. Chris takes Sam around back to show her the shooting range, and this is also where you can find the game's first major clue. A wanted poster for a Victor Milgram for arson and various death threats from over 15 years ago in 1998. Important to note, the game takes place in 2015. Still though, seeing flames in the woods as Beth should tip the player off to something here. And also, after some nice back and forth and some shooting, which is simply pointing at the target and shooting, you get the vibe that Chris can get along with pretty much anyone, except maybe the squirrel if you decide to shoot it, which Sam will get instant karma for by way of a bird scratching her. And even as they share an uneasiness coming back, and Chris finds a security feed of a bathtub glitching over the cable car, there's still good, well-written conversation to be had here. They truly do seem like they've at least been a part of the same friends group for years. The scene ending with the game once again driving home the butterfly effect, with Chris retelling his story of meeting Josh in school by complete chance. It's once again a nice bit of fluff that adds texture to the relationship of Chris and Josh, and that they've been friends since the 3rd grade, so it's no wonder that when one of them was going as hard as possible to drink, the other one was right there with them. At the top of the lift, Jessica lets Chris and Sam through a locked door, with a nice bit of plot teasing here by Chris.
Oh my god. I thought we were goners. Another 10 minutes in there and I would have chewed off my own leg.
Oh, sick, Chris.
If you snooped earlier, Chris blames Sam for stealing Jess's note to Mike, her new boyfriend. Which, first off, we gotta stop letting Jess write these letters. Second, this is the type of drama you'd see in the most dramatic episode of a CW show, and I love it. Hell, the late teenagers even look like they're 32, so that's perfect. Chris actually snoops regardless here, so ultimately, again, your choices don't really impact too much here. This is actually a reference to the Telltale games, which have the same issue. Anyway, Chris and Sam keep headed up the trail, and Jess waits behind for Mike. But she's really cagey about that fact for some reason, so I guess that means that they're still kind of a new couple, and a lot of their conversations later on suggest that as well. Next up the trail, we have Mike's ex, Emily, and her new boyfriend, Matt, who was already a part of the friends group, but he hasn't really had a chance to talk yet, so you'd be forgiven for not realizing. And already I have to say that this friend group trading boyfriend and girlfriend like this is probably the most unrealistic part, because from my experience, you'd just cut ties and never speak again, and the group would get split up. I guess guilt keeps everyone together this time, because as soon as Mike jumps out, there's so much tension. Mike is described as charismatic, and it bleeds through instantly. But Matt, seeing the exes bicker back and forth, as though they'd picked up an old conversation, leaves you with the choice to either welcome or threaten Mike. Welcoming feels like a quick nod man-to-man that, hey, it's awkward, but it's gonna be okay. Threatening leads to Mike brushing it off as no big deal. He's not bothered. As soon as Mike leaves, though, Emily suddenly needs to go back down the trail to find Sam. Obviously, we aren't so dumb, but even the strongest of wills fold before Emily, so Matt continues up with the bags alone at her request. Ashley is the next on the list as she uses binoculars to scope out the area. Seeing Jess waiting for Mike at the cable car seems a bit sad when you see that he's already ran back into Emily and they're acting like Pedro Pascal when he has anxiety. And that's when Matt goes for Mike's sloppy seconds once again and jump scares Ashley. Ashley, conflicted on whether or not to show Matt, makes sense given her hesitance in the same way as Chris. Personally, I believe she'd hide the truth in favor of protecting Matt, but for the drama, we need to let him know. And honestly, he takes it better than expected. I would sprint down that trail so fast and dropkick them all the way off the cliff. Why not go 2 for 2? But for our final scene of the episode, we go back to Jessica, who really wants to live up to her Sydney Sweeney American Eagle jeans ad. Because when Mike wants to surprise her with a snowball fight, she slips that South will rise again drawl. This is a pretty fun sequence that actually still captures the wonder of them being a new, young couple. And just like the last shooting sequence, you actually have the option here to hurt an animal if you want. Don't know why you'd want to, but a bird lands on the table, and hitting it will cause some bad juju. When the snowball exchange is over, Mike tries to give Jess his snowballs. If the bird is hurt, an icicle will fall, and even when dodged, will lower the lovebird's relationship status. As soon as the bird hits the ground, a chilling screech can be heard in the distance. Nature is sacred on the mountain, and clearly whatever else resides on this mountain believes that to be true as well. As also, generally it's just bad luck. And that's the end of Chapter 1. It's pretty cut and dry as setup for relationship drama that we'll get more payoff for here soon, as well as throughout the course of the game. Chapter 2 is called Jealousy. We pick up with Chris at the lodge, and we finally get to see Josh. He seems pretty easygoing, but when pressed about how he's feeling, he gets distant quickly. But right now, the biggest problem is that we are locked out of the lodge. Talking to the others that have actually made it so far, it's pretty much awkward all around. Matt is more vague than a literary masterpiece that you had to read in high school, but he clearly feels betrayed, or you might say, jealous. Anyways, Ashley and Chris finally meet up, and I think she throws him a little, hey, cuddle by the fire line out there. But Chris does not take the bait whatsoever. Sam, if you approach her, knowing that Chris and Ash have been texting, presses him about how Ash is doing. But he's Chris, so it's awkward anyway, and again, it just feels like a friend knowing something that's kind of trying to hint somewhere. Back with Josh, walking around the lodge to break in, Josh presses Chris about getting with Ashley, saying that if Chris isn't going to, maybe he should. You can shake it off or tell him to knock it off, but either way, it still comes off like a bro looking out for a bro, more than anything. A theme that remains true as the duo do silly voices and share jokes and stories about climbing class. Also, not much of a clue, but the axe is missing from its case outside here, so your first clue that something could be up. Outside of the fact that you spent money to buy a horror game, of course. Ultimately, the plan is for Chris to climb inside, get a spray-on can of deodorant, and use the lighter to melt the ice on the front door from the inside. Once inside in the basement, we can find a torn newspaper article about that Victor Milgram from earlier, who was apparently a janitor at the Blackwood Pines, a hotel, before Josh's dad had bought all the property. The article states that he'd been convicted of arson at the hotel and was sentenced to 16 years in prison in 1997. So, as of the time the game takes place, he would have been released. Which is relevant because he vowed to get revenge on the whole family, including the kids, and that he would make them suffer. And speaking of the family, we can actually see them here. And as the player goes on, the game begins its teasing. The door in front of you closes on its own, and maybe you're thinking, oh, it could have been a draft, whatever. Obviously, not the case. The lodge itself is in a pretty sorry state. A lot of furniture is covered with sheets, and it clearly hasn't been occupied since last year. The pale moonlight seeping through to show dust particles in the air really highlights this to me mostly. However, there is still a phone line, and on the answering machine there's a message. The one that plays is from an Officer Tate to Melinda Washington, Josh and the twins' mother, and it seems to be a follow-up on Milgram after his release, saying that he can't be controlled or detained now that he's a free man, despite his previous threats, 15 years prior. And if you hear this call while listening to the game and you think, hey, that sounds a lot like Josh, well, it is. The same goes for that wanted sign and graffiti at the base of the lift, or even the newspaper that we found. Hell, later we'll be able to find a whole stack of those same fake newspapers. Victor isn't real, but with the happy coincidence that we know someone on the mountain does have a flamethrower or fire of some kind, it does make sense to the player. And obviously the player up till this point has no reason not to believe any of this. It's the perfect storm of circumstances that really make the web of lies that Josh weaves somewhat believable on the first playthrough. Even as you get evidence to contradict some of it, you still have to wonder, who is the mysterious man on the mountain? Well, clearly, the sheriff from the beginning of the game already knows about a man that they couldn't find, but this isn't Victor Milgram. Another indirect clue, and one that we'll lead deeper into later, is finding a small trophy for the best horror film presented to Bob Washington. Being a successful director can get you a lot of things. If it's Jordan Peele, it's people pretending your third movie is good when it's nowhere near your first two. Nope. If you're Quentin Tarantino, it's Fate. If you're Bob Washington, it's a mountain full of insanity and intrigue. All the way upstairs is the bathroom. Really doesn't logistically work. If I'm in this lodge and I've got to take a shit, I'm not going all the way to the top floor, but hey, that's just me. This is, however, one that keen observers would recognize from that glitched camera feed earlier at the lift. Despite seeing all of this in the room, all of the things that we could do, all we're looking for is that can of deodorant. So we must be playing Smash Brothers tonight. Interestingly enough, the popular Marvel character Wolverine needs to make his Sony gaming debut. And hey look, he's probably comic height accurate too. I've seen debates online whether the animal snuck in through a window or if Josh actually put it there. In my opinion, I think it's gotta be Josh. I mean, he told Chris right where to go, and it was shut in that exact same spot. Too many coincidences in my opinion. Either way, back downstairs we get the door open, and you might as well shut the front door because of how much drama actually ensues. In walk Mike and Jess, and if you showed Matt the telescope earlier, he's instantly confrontational, regardless of if you've chosen that or not. You can, however, push it further or back off saying it's been a long day. Things seem to chill out, and that's when Emily walks in with this scene.
Oh my god, that is so gross. Are you trying to swallow his face whole? I mean, seriously, can she be any more obvious? No one wants in on your territory, honey.
Excuse me? Did you say something?
Oh, did you not hear me? Was your sluttiness too loud?
Sounds like someone's bitter she didn't make the cut.
Yeah, it's all a big cattle call with that dreamboat. Congrats, you're top cow.
That's real deep calling Miss Homecoming a cow.
Hey, you're making everyone uncomfortable, Jess.
Jealous much? Emily too frigid for you too.
Hey, that's uncalled. Look,
Whatever. I don't give a crap what you think.
At least I can think. 4.0, bitch. Honor roll. Suck on that when you're trying to sleep your way into a job.
Who needs grades when you've got all the natural advantages you can handle?
Oh, please.
You couldn't buy a moldy loaf of bread with your skanky ass.
Are you serious? Do you think that's insulting?
That bitch is on crack or something.
Jessica, you need to shut your mouth, okay?
No. You're the one who needs to keep your nose out of other people's business.
I'm about to get right up in your business, you bitch.
Are we about to get real? Because I am down to get real.
Stop it! Come on.
No, shut up, Matt.
Stay out of it, you dumb oaf.
Hey, watch it.
Oh, you're the only one who can put him down? No one else can play with your toys?
You're such a bitch.
Whatever. I don't give a crap what you think.
At least I can think. 4.0, bitch. Honor roll. Suck on that when you're trying to sleep your way into a job.
Who needs grades when you've got all the natural advantages you can handle?
Oh, please.
You couldn't buy a moldy loaf of bread with your skanky ass.
Are you serious? Do you think that's insulting?
That bitch is on crack or something.
Jessica, you need to shut your mouth, okay?
No. You're the one who needs to keep your nose out of other people's business.
I'm about to get right up in your business, you bitch.
Are we about to get real? Because I am down to get real.
Stop it!
You can either back Emily up with Jess, or kind of act as the mediator. Jess is going to diss it right at Matt either way, and the girls trade blows regardless. The difference comes in with the relationship mechanic. Something I briefly mentioned earlier. Each character has a relationship level with all of the other characters. So Mike and Sam have a dynamic. All of these characters have different dynamics, but really the ones that are important are the ones who are going to be spending time together. Most dialogue within the game primarily affects these in micro ways, as well as the personality traits. And these two factors, as well as the active decisions that you're making, can determine the actions that these characters take. This interaction basically sets up if Emily and Matt are in a good relationship or a lesser one. I'll bring it up later when it truly matters, but for now, the ultimate outcome is that Josh suggests that the couples split up. With Matt and Emily staying with the group because you can't kick out the minorities, and Mike and Jess going to the cabin in the woods. There are a lot of levels to this decision from Josh, but it does also seem premeditated. He says he told Mike about the cabin already, but I can't help but emphasize that it's the guy his sister was obsessed with, and the girl who went through the steps to set the prank up that killed her. And by this point, the second half of the chapter sees the group going in a couple of different directions. First, of course, being Mike and Jess. Mike and Jess head towards the cabin. Matt and Emily head back down the trail for some bags because apparently Emily lost more of them. And Sam wants to get a bath. And on the trail with Jessica, Mike's main objective is to act really, really brave, charming, and cheesy as they make their way through the woods. There's so many innuendos here that the writers must have had so much fun writing it. Yet it's still more tame than how I talk to the homies. After a little ways, we actually have to get through a gate, and doing so requires us to turn on a generator. After doing that, it shows us the knife guy once again, who apparently just likes to watch. He doesn't do anything. Also, why does Mike celebrate turning on the generator so much? More on this at 11. The walk up with Jess is another instance where the remake shines visually. It feels more like that blue hue of the original game that everybody was so butthurt about, with such highly detailed nature around it that once again it wants to lull you into a sense of comfort. But even after the couple talk about the awkwardness of coming back to the mountain or the police tape still present, it's not until an animalistic shriek cuts through the night that the two really start to pick up the pace. Eventually the path is blocked, which then leads them to an opening to the mines, when Jess, if we were playing as her, immediately fails a QTE. Depending on how lucky you actually want to get, you can either jump to her rescue or boss her around from up top. And of course, once you finally jump down, there's the guy that likes to watch again. In the mines, there are a few different things to find. First, a cigar stub that doesn't look like it's been completely, decayed away after so many years. I assume it probably would. But also some Native American imagery on the wall, something we later find out to be a ward against evil spirits. And immediately after a support falls in, we find a map of the mines with different dangers remarked of. It would have been nice to find that just a little bit sooner, but sure. Which we'll get more into the miners' story here later, but yeah, this is abysmal how dangerous the job that these miners were probably forced to work was. But really for now, that's it of the mines. That's just a little teasing of a major plot point later, and we pop out on the other side. For the next part, we see another telescope. And before, a telescope was used to show Mike's betrayal of Jessica. This time, Jess says she sees something and Mike doesn't see it. But the focus is on the cabin and for a brief second, a creature. This telescope runs opposite to the last, where Jess may or may not have felt betrayed by the meeting with Emily. The events that transpire at this cabin would be the salvation of their relationship and therefore Mike's character. There's also a nature park sign highlighting prominent wildlife, wolves, bears, and elk. And it's sad that bears never feature in the game, but it's nice that it's always on the top of your head. Like whatever superhuman shit you see could have been a bear fake out this whole time. So again, between Victor Milgram and little things like this, it's sowing the seeds of doubt in the player. Like, what was that? That's crazy. And like, you're always second guessing, your initial instinct. Headed down the trail a little bit further, a bird gets jealous it isn't on the info sheet and spooks Mike. You can either play this off in a pretty casual way and it's charming, or you can get pissy about it. I don't know why you'd want to, but I guess if you're playing that way, you can do it. And just when we cross another wintry bridge, and you may think that this section is too long, because, well, it is, we finally get some intrigue. There's a fallen tree blocking the path and the view to the other side. Mike is pretty annoyed that the path has been so much trouble, and Jess says, "I didn't figure you for the glass half empty type." Of course, this in and of itself is a little more than a friendly jab. It speaks the truth of their relationship. The couple are new and finding their footing. Not all of their jokes land, and clearly there's a wide breadth of ways of how we can make Jess feel. However, until we get to the cabin, I just wanted to point this line out, for now. The section ends as Jess initiates another snowball fight, climbing the log, and boom, she's gone. Oh, and by the way, she's screaming. However, that's it for now. The next character we pick up with is Sam, as she's trying to start the bath, but there's no hot water. Josh, calling from downstairs, asks if she could help him start a fire out front, but when she says that she's trying to get a bath, he asks if he could help with that. It's pretty playful and would almost be kind of cute, so she sets out to find Josh downstairs to fix the hot water. I do love to snoop though, and Hannah's old room is right next to the bathroom. There's definitely something chilling about walking into someone who has died's room, all of their stuff untouched. The same has happened here. That and the mirror killing my computer because it has real-time reflections, even though I have an RX 9070 XT, but whatever. But in the closet, you can find whoever's watching this video right now. I'm just kidding. You can also find a torn piece of magazine with an H plus M on it. Obviously, Hannah plus Mike. On the other side are results to a compatibility quiz. The circled answer is mostly C's, saying that the guy is a hunk and she's a boring homebody. It recommends to give up or to do something drastic like get a tattoo or run away. And Hannah, as we know, is really serious about this. She booked a tattoo appointment, and as anyone who's played the game knows, she got a butterfly tattoo. And another thing to point out that I kind of thought about while writing this is even when things went wrong last year, she ran away. Mike seemed apologetic and guilt-ridden enough, and maybe she truly thought that he would come to be the one to save her. There's also a present from Josh to Hannah that reminds you that the game takes place in Canada by saying Happy Christmas, which is weird because I'm pretty sure they're American. And as an American, I have to say screw Canada. I'm just kidding, you guys probably have it better. The last clue, and the first major clue towards something big, is an invitation from Sam to the Washingtons to come to her Halloween party the fall before their death. Flipping it over reveals it's the same picture that Dr. Hill uses to start our analysis at the end of Chapter 1. Anyways, back to that hot water problem. As Sam rejoins the others, they're talking about spirit boards. Josh elects to come with Sam to restart the boiler in the basement, and sends Chris and Ashley to find the spirit board. And while following Josh, he points out how he gave the reluctant couple a mission alone together. And depending on how you're feeling, if you side with Josh and mock Chris, he says that Chris would probably need a gun to his head to make a move. Once again, Chris as a character has so much foreshadowing around him. The way to the basement is ominous. Sharp concrete steps and walls really stand out against the relatively soft and wooden feel of the lodge itself. By this point, Josh makes it known that he's glad that everyone, especially Sam, had actually come back, and that he wants everyone to have a good time. He seems genuine here, and that's kind of where it's the most sad. But once actually in the basement, Josh does drop more creepy, but still playful lines, like "don't come down here alone" type stuff. You know, nothing too crazy. You can actually find a baseball bat here that, depending on how he's asked about it, Josh either trails off about he and his sisters played in the summer, or how baseball was one of the few ways that he could get his dad's attention. And he cuts himself off and says, "but save it for the couch." Once again, an implication that he does go to therapy. Both of these are sad and speak of the state of Josh's life, but the disconnection from his dad is actually a big part of the story. Not directly, but the need to connect with Bob Washington, the horror movie director, fully informs Josh's game that he's playing with his friends tonight. A far-off sound threatens to distract Sam, but Josh goes full dad mode and asks us if we'll hold the light still with another "don't move" section. When you succeed, he'll actually say "nice one," as if holding the flashlight still is very hard. What would actually be funny though, if you do fail it, instead of just saying, "oh, come on, keep it together," he beats the shit out of you and lies to your teacher about it when they see you at school the next day. After increasing the pressure and turning on the boiler, Josh throws up one of the most BS QTEs in the game for a high five. Another sound can be heard and it freaks Sam out, and this time you actually have the option to try and punk Josh. And for a brief moment, his jokes drop away. More of a "this isn't me" feeling from him, and you can see it all over his face. The facial capture here does wonders. And this is all coming as more and more rattling comes from down the hallway. Again, knowing what we know, how the entire night at the lodge was orchestrated by Josh, I bet it was terrifying for him to hear something completely out of place, potentially something malfunctioning behind the scenes, or that Chris and Ashley had found something that they weren't supposed to find yet. Either way, going down that hallway, you're going to get jump scared by a hooded figure, and they chase us back up the stairs where the door is locked. As Sam tries to push through the door and Josh just turns around to face the music, again, probably scared shitless because this isn't one of his pranks, that's when we get Chris, pulling yet another prank. Again, why does this group love to scare each other and pull so many pranks, especially with what happened last year? We're going to have to get like a prank counter in the top corner of the screen at some point. I think we're up to like 3 already, not counting the prologue. And I'm going to show this because we probably get Chris and Ashley's best interaction that isn't them feeling like they'll die in the next 10 seconds. So here you go.
What in God's name are you wearing?
I found my true calling.
Please tell me you're gonna take a vow of silence. Okay, did you at least find the thingy?
Boing. Here's our one-way ticket to the spirit realm.
You know what? No. I've just been through enough spooking for one night, okay? I see a hot bath in my crystal ball. All right? So have fun. Oh, but watch out for that Josh. He's a schemer.
Okay.
Again, it just shows how much chemistry the two of them actually have. Really, it just cements that they are a couple that could work together, for the sake of my immersion. Because we don't see these characters' day-to-day lives. We just see how they act together. And therefore, it seems like they would really enjoy each other. So I'm going to play it that way. Finally, we rejoin Matt and Emily leaving the lodge. This scene is actually a pre-ordered DLC for the first release. So a lot of people may have never even seen this scene. Seen this scene? Before the remake, at least. And to kind of catch us up to speed, by this point, it's 8:51 p.m. on the mountain. And as Matt, you can either choose violence or peace with Emily. I chose to ask her to start the weekend over, and things seem to go pretty well. There isn't really a lot of talking here, so maybe you can kind of see why the scene was cut or not as much effort was put in. But we do get a motion sensor light scare, kind of detracting from the one later on in my opinion. This weird doll with a Hannah butterfly sticker tattoo on it. And a genuinely game-changing admission from Emily. She thanks Matt for helping her with her bags and acknowledges that she's pretty high maintenance. And for someone that we'll see is as strong-willed as Emily, this is huge and a crucial part of understanding and appreciating her as a character. And that's the same with Matt. He's somewhat patient and able to play ball with her. However, he's awkward and tends to miss the mark in terms of action-first approaches. But here there's some flirty stuff that mirrors the other couple, the ones that they're essentially at odds with. Until there's this giant totem and, you guessed it, another prank. And whether you fall for the prank or not, it is cut short by the all-too-familiar shriek that's been cutting through the mountain air.
Gotcha, Big Dip.
Jesus, you're ridiculous.
Oh, come on. What was that?
I'm not sure. Probably just an animal or...
Do not like.
Down the trail, it's not the bags that they find, but rather a pig head on a spike, with the message written, "Welcome back," and that's on a paper from Northern Province's penitentiary. And yeah, finding this would freak me out for sure. Not ever finding the bodies of our missing friends only to have messages and gore like this would be super upsetting. Funny enough though, Matt does guess that it's Josh on his second attempt, and to that, you kinda have to give him props. It's then that the shrieks begin again and the couple decide to head back to the lodge for safety. But again, nothing really is accomplished here other than the fact that they are slightly more clued in to the prank, I guess. Leaving this scene outside of its relationship drama, a minor waste of time. Kind of like my college experience. But Chapter 2 of Until Dawn works as a proper extension of the first chapter's exposition. Characters are split into more intimate pairings, which gives more room to build unique relationships, like Mike and Jess. Sam and Josh present an uneasy and awkward friendship, despite the circumstances, with a lot of depth shown, and while we don't play as them, we see just how moronic Chris and Ashley are to not see their own chemistry. And with Matt and Emily, we are given crucial building blocks to how their relationship may work in terms of dominance and that give and take. The jealousy title is pretty on the nose, revolving around the love square happening on the mountain. Chapter 3 is Isolation. We start the scene back up with Josh and Chris playing as Ashley, trying to convene with the spirit board. Taking it as a joke does piss Josh off, but being serious gets us real answers and pretty much everyone calls bullshit that someone is moving it. When asking who it is, the board spells sister. And regardless of if you ask if it's Hannah or Beth, it will say yes. Before going further, Ashley checks on Josh and asks if he wants to keep going. Again, this is phenomenal acting, not even just from the actors themselves, but clearly from Josh as well. Then when pressed further, the board says that Hannah is killed. And when asked how, the board says betrayed, and goes on to say library and proof, insinuating of course there's proof in the library. And that's when Josh has had enough and he storms off. He thinks that you're moving the piece, and so does Chris. Well, at least Chris actually does. Josh just needs to set up for the real party later on. And that's it for the scene for now. Picking back up with Mike, climbing over that log from earlier shows footprints in the snow, and this jump scare. Once again, another prank, but this one was maybe, I guess you could say, set up by Josh, I suppose? Like if we're gonna give him credit for anything, maybe this one. Speaking of, just a few steps further and we have another prank. Jessica's okay, and once again you can either get pissy or challenge Jessica, and in the end it's all in the name of getting steamy up here, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to show the lady a little love. Also on the trail, you can find a carved M+E into a tree, which you could also find earlier on a picnic table as Matt and Emily. And that was even worse for them because they have the same initials, but here, of course, that means Mike and Emily, and when confronted, whether you deny or confess this, I mean, it's ultimately fine. Confessing plays into Mike's romantics, and unless you answer poorly later on, it isn't really held against you that you find this here. Something I do love about Mike and Jess is they refer to each other by their full names, Jessica and Michael. And it's intentional because the characters in the game don't regularly do this. Even these characters don't do it all the time, but they tend to do it quite a bit. And even when it makes sense to shorten it in high-stress scenarios, like we're going to see here soon, it doesn't happen. He still calls out to Jessica. I see this as a playful term of endearment that adds texture to this very short-lived romance. In the remake, you can also find an old baseball, somehow not covered in the snow from all around here. I don't really see this as something that Josh would have put out for them to find, but it is, however, signed by the semi-professional baseball player, Josh. A little later, far-off screaming sets the two on high alert once again, only to climax with an elk charging through. This would be pretty odd behavior for an animal to get this close to humans. However, given what we see soon, you can probably guess that the animal was being hunted by a much more dangerous predator. But that's it on that for now. And after like the 16th bridge we're going to go across, there's a small worker's shed with an old mask in it. And you can use it to scare Jess. And if you do choose to feed into the vicious cycles of pranks, then Jess falls into the water and gets mad, well, and cold. She literally looks like she's frozen. Like you see the ice clinging to her jeans and everything. I would feel so bad if this actually happened. If you choose to show her, you do at least still get to see Mike wear it. Also, it kind of looks like the My Bloody Valentine mask, which, you know, those are minors too, so that makes sense. But maybe a bit of paying homage there. Either way, it was all a distraction. As we walk, another elk jump scare barely precedes finding another one maimed just up the trail. Had it really happened that fast that the animal we just got scared by is already on the ground dying? Probably so. As Mike, you can either put it out of its misery, twisting the head off, or you can simply try to comfort it, talking calmly and trying to give it a last minute of peace. Either way, the body is ripped away by something just off screen and out of sight, sending the duo, who were already kind of on edge, into pure panic mode. They run, and with some QTEs and path choices, you'll make your way to the cabin, with Mike helping Jess along the way. Important to note that those who would be playing for the first time, this is the first time that we see the red and blue vision effect since Hannah and Beth's death. And on the front porch of the cabin, Jess trips. You can try to get the key to get the door open, or you can help her. It doesn't matter either way, the results are the same, with Jess trying to, basically force you into the cabin once you get her up anyway. But again, the main currency here is rather Mike's relationship with Jessica, and that's what we're trying to preserve. Once inside, the young adult 30-year-olds can finally catch their breath, which, as a former cross-country runner who's used to races in the cold Midwest Saturday mornings, that high-altitude cold air in their lungs is absolutely stinging them right now. It hurts so bad, and yeah, that's terrible. But they do kind of, shake it off a little bit. They decide it must have been a bear, and they begin to settle into the safety of the cabin. Jess has the audacity to have standards. She needs a fire and mood lighting. Oh, and she lost her phone in the chase. So if you pranked her earlier, she'll blame you for losing her phone in the water, probably. There are a few things in the cabin of note, and the first being a picture of Hannah, with the back saying that it was at the Alberta Junior Tennis Invitational, the year before she died. She got third, so once again, she wasn't even the first pick then. Again, quite tragic, but it really does play into her character motivations and her feelings, that she was really never the one in the spotlight. In the bedroom, you can also find the Karma Sutra, with a few positions to read for inspiration, I assume. And with that being said, I just had the realization that there's probably a sex game out there with QTEs and choice-based position gameplay. Well, again, not if MasterCard has anything to say about it. Either way, the Washingtons are freaky, and knowing that Josh sent Mike here willingly, I do wonder if that picture of Hannah is intentional, but it's surely off-putting regardless. And definitely enough to probably ruin the lovebirds' night in one form or another. The one issue I have with Mike and Jess being so far out of the way is that they tend to miss Josh's big night of terror. Am I really to believe that the dark, all-natural journey, obstacles be damned, was really all that was ever planned for the main two orchestrators of the prank that killed Josh's sisters? I just don't buy it. We'll get more into this later, but really, that's one of the biggest sticking points to me, is like, we don't even get the remnants of a plan for these two. In the bathroom, Mike will pull the shower curtains, like Psycho style, but fumble and joke with himself that it happened, and really it just adds like a little bit of flavor to Mike as like not the perfect hero. Last but not least, you can find a rifle on the wall. You can show or scare Jess with this. Obviously, anyone in their right minds wouldn't scare her, but just showing kind of makes Mike look inexperienced with guns overall, which goes completely against his gameplay later as he uses 3 different firearms at least, but it speaks more to his ability to really rise to the occasion. That, or he really paid attention while playing COD. Speaking of rising, once you've found matches and started a fire and a light, then the couple begin to strip tease one another. Again, we see in through the window in orange and blue. Here, if Jessica isn't as into Mike, she will actually stop and say that she's just really not feeling it. Asking her what's wrong reveals a lot about her, but trying to seduce her says a lot more about Mike. He's basically trying to use the same line on her that he used on Hannah, and seemingly every other girl saying it, and I quote, always worked before. Anyways, back to Jess, she reveals that her overconfidence comes from her insecurities. And once again, we'll have the chance to either reassure her, which Mike should do, I believe, or to be dismissive. And if you do so, he essentially says that sounds complicated, and Jess will say, well, maybe I am complicated. And Mike goes kind of full asshole and says, well, he was hoping for a what you see is what you get kind of girl. Going down that rabbit hole shows just how terrible Mike can truly be. But it does, however, shed more light on Jessica and how she feels about herself. It sucks that seemingly the only way to get her to be this vulnerable is to not have a perfect relationship with her up until the cabin. However, I believe that there are plenty of reasonable choices where Mike can be reassuring and patient, and that's important because in my opinion, that is what the canon choices would be. Not because I think everyone should be nice and sweet to each other all of the time, and not that even Mike is my favorite character, but simply because soon Jessica will be in very real danger, and Mike does not hesitate, no matter what, no matter any choices made, for a second, to endanger himself in an attempt to save her. And his reactions throughout the rest of the game in her memory show that he truly does care about her. Either way though, for now, Jess can't deny his charms entirely, and they will begin to start with a little making out. And just as it starts to get good, a loud crash comes from the bathroom. Obviously, as any person would, Jess won't go on until we check out that sound. It's then approaching the broken window that we can find Jess's phone. Keen eyes will also notice the moonlight from the side window is also briefly obstructed, indicating our pursuer isn't gone yet. Mike is way more chill about this than he should be, but at least Jessica realizes how wild it is that somehow her phone has made it back inside, also breaking a window. A bear definitely wouldn't do that, so it must be their friends playing yet another cruel joke. No way, say it ain't so. I mean, at least she knows that everyone just plays pranks all the time, even if it isn't in this instance, whatever. But she's overwhelmed with emotion that she's been pranked. She storms outside and screams her intentions with our boy Michael, probably assuming it's Emily trying to ruin their evening and thinking the best way to get back is to get on top. But as she comes back in, she's cold after her bad bitch moment, and she's shivering right by the door. As the player and as Mike, you're going to want to go and comfort her. But as soon as the player moves, the game cuts straight back into the cinematic as Jessica is grabbed by her hair and dragged straight out of the door into the night. And okay, we're going to stop here again for a second. For a first-time player, the hand and the force of the pull are super ominous. However, the game very, very appropriately determines just how long between real teases of the evil on the mountain and the plethora of fake-outs there should be. And doing it so elegantly, the player never settles on a working theory long enough to nail down what's exactly going on. I've already mentioned this with the clues presented earlier, but here it's actually the scenes themselves. For returning eyes, it's clearly a Wendigo. More specifically, it's Hannah. Something that was lost on me, even on my first replay even, was that the majority of the night it isn't a few different Wendigos harassing the friend group, but just one. The one they lost 1 year ago. The one that the aura farming flamethrower guy hasn't been able to capture yet. No one followed Mike and Jess up the trail, except for the flamethrower guy, kind of. So when the phone came through the window and the shadow obscures the light, it's clear that Hannah was toying with them. Perhaps she was already hunting the deer when she found them. Or, with how clearly she has a tendency to haunt them, she did it as a warning. Regardless, the warning went out the door as soon as Jess declared her lust for Mike. As clearly this was the offset of the attack, because up until this point Hannah had not dared to come through the windows or through the doors, so clearly it was the emotion that finally set her off. But not to spoil the immediacy of this scenario, Jessica can escape this relatively unharmed by Hannah. Now I believe this comes from two lines of thinking when comparing Hannah to the other Wendigos. I'll talk more about their appearance and size later, but the difference I care about is the hesitation to kill, but clearly not the aversion to it. One thought is that Hannah is still a fresh Wendigo, less than a year since turning. That she still has small traces of her old personality as a human girl with a huge crush on Mike and many friends that have betrayed her. So when the girl who humiliated her wants to get with the guy she cared about the most, it's only then that she finally becomes truly hostile. And even then, if Mike keeps up in the chase and he kind of shows his devotion to Jessica, That convinces Hannah to spare her, or that's how I see it. Because regardless, by the time you get there, Hannah has already ran away from Jessica. The other thought is simply that the Wendigo is a creature that hunts at an unparalleled skill. Mimicking voices to catch the unaware like the Predator, which we know it will do, is only a small step away from throwing a personal possession through the window. It could have been a cautious hunter taking the upper hand in an unknown scenario. She technically didn't know if there were more people in the cabin, or if she was in danger. With the flamethrower guy, she knows that humans can be dangerous, and she was simply waiting to see if they had weapons. In the end, Hannah has made her first strike on the friend group. And as this is the general ending to Jessica as a character, I wanted to present a final thought. Each character within Until Dawn has a point of revelation, one brought on by the circumstances they find themselves in, usually peril. I won't lie, this idea actually came from my fiancée offhandedly. While playing the PS4 playthrough together, she joked the butterfly effect, and emphasis on butterflies, was going to have the miners molt and turn into the Wendigo and just completely shed their skin. Of course, that's just a funny what if and not exactly how we got it, but it got me thinking about the characters that we see and play as. For Jessica, to drop her guard and open up to Mike is a huge reimagining of her potential as a character. Until now, it's been catfights, pranks, borderline sexual harassment, and ass shots. It's a moment that truly disenfranchises the player to the idea that she's simply there to be the sexy one or someone to just look at. Rather, a humanizing moment to Hannah's villain just before she exacts her twisted revenge. But that's it with them for now. We're going to have to switch around to Chris and Ash back in the lodge following the seance, and they're going to Scooby-Doo this shit. You can find Hannah's glasses on a nearby ledge as the two debate the legitimacy and efficacy of the spirit board and if they should have done it. Heading into the library, the books on the shelf fly onto the floor, and, to Ashley's observation, reveals a hidden button. Pushing it opens a secret compartment where Chris enters, and the camera angle here is literally just that, a camera. Plain and clear, this section is under the same colorless surveillance that the bathroom and the cable station had. Not a direct clue, but a small piece of the puzzle that this is somewhere they were being guided to go. The room itself was being watched to find Chris's reaction to this letter. Seemingly in blood, the letter threatens Hannah and Beth and mentions having to wait for 16 years. Another piece of the pie leading the player down the rabbit hole that is Victor Milgram. By this point, Ashley comes in, and you have the chance to either hide the note, but showing her springs the duo into an urgency to find Josh. Also, incredible misdirect with the idea that the spirit board guided them to the library. The spirit revealed the secret passage, all to find the proof that there was foul play and seemingly the ghost of either Hannah or Beth's death. And to be able to create all of this as their grieving brother is nothing short of insane. So knowing that this is Josh that's setting all of this up, again, I've used the term once before in this video, really morbid. Either way, the two start out for Josh, who, as we know, ran off in a bit of a fuss earlier. The first door opens on its own for them. This is right after actually being able to see some lights on in the basement area. But in that hallway, we can find what I believe is a genuine letter from Melinda Washington to a Dr. Swaffham at the Race and Ethnicity Department. Essentially, the Native American tribe that once knew the mountain as their ancestral home must have thrown a fit about its ownership by the Washingtons, which prompted Melinda to reach out to its descendants and make a contribution. Once again, this suggests the Washingtons, in all of their success, only know to throw money at their problems. A major reason why this night happens the way it does in the first place. Coming into the main hall of the lodge enters a specific dialogue that reveals one of my favorite mechanics from Until Dawn. The player can find clues as different characters and knows their context, regardless of which character they're actually playing as. So, as a way to catch up certain characters that are not finding these clues, there are these small exchanges of information that, depending on how thorough you've been, can really change how these scenes play out and make them a lot more cohesive. Watch these two scenes.
So, I've just been thinking about something I saw earlier with Sam.
What?
There was like this wanted poster, like full-on Western style, you know?
So?
And Sam really thought there was someone following her around.
So what you're saying, there's some criminal up on the mountain with us?
There was a message on this answering machine I found, and it was from this sergeant saying that there was this guy who had just gotten out of prison and there was nothing he could do.
What do you mean?
he was saying it like a warning. Well, there was that guy I told you
Whoa,
about.
wait, what guy?
The guy who threatened the Washingtons. I mean, he said he wanted to take revenge by burning the whole place down. And then I found that crazy psycho letter.
Chris, if this is your way of trying to make me feel better, you're fired.
You hear that?
That was Josh!
Coming from the kitchen.
I've just been thinking about something I saw earlier with Sam.
What?
There was like this wanted poster, like full-on Western style, you know?
So?
And Sam really thought there was someone following her around.
So what you're saying, there's some criminal up on the mountain with us?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that exactly, but I mean, it's possible.
What? Okay, anything is possible.
Just keep your eyes peeled, okay? If you see something, say something. You hear that?
In the first scene, I found the relevant clues to have Chris rattle on about a potential arsonist and psycho on the mountain, which only freaks Ashley out more. In the second run, I found no clues, except that original wanted poster, which you are forced to find, leading to more of a brainstorming vibe from Chris, looking for a little bit of extra help here, and less of a heavy-handed warning. Completely different conversations, but both conversations are interrupted by commotion in the kitchen and Josh yelling out. He's pulling a full-on Shane from The Walking Dead Season 2 and drawing us there. As Ashley goes in first, she's pulled in and the door locks. Once Chris finally breaks through, Ashley is unconscious, and this guy here isn't. So now, guess what? Chris is. And the scene ends as Ashley is being dragged off, and we see a little bit of the lodge being redecorated. Here, the chapter title being Isolation actually seems to refer to Josh over anyone else. Perhaps not even physically, as he does interact with Chris and Ashley, but rather emotionally. To the player, it's unclear just how devoid of contact Josh is at this point in the game. However, in retrospect, what is clear is that Josh is distant from his closest friends, lacking trust, respect, and generally patience. Chapter 4 is titled Loyalty, for very obvious reasons. We pick back up with Mike as soon as Jessica was taken. He's grabbed the rifle and is following the shrieks and his heart. He's frantic, out of his depth, and underdressed. In spite of this, he's still chasing after whatever was strong enough to pull a full-grown woman out of the window, just to save his girl. Again, this happens no matter what. I believe that Mike truly has a nut up or shut up moment, and he passes the test, and in the process proving his loyalty to Jessica. And inadvertently, this is probably the best proof that he and Emily weren't doing anything nefarious either, and they were just catching up. Even if that is a bit flimsy at best, I will admit. The chase itself is simple. Miss as few QTEs as possible to catch up in time. But if you choose the safer, yet slower routes, you have little to no margin for error. However, picking the faster routes actually does see you able to miss a few more before not reaching Jess in time. That's really about it here. The only thing I really have to make fun of is that the sight zoom turns into a camera pan at one point, and it bothers me so bad. It's like Mike is teleporting through the air just to get that view on Jessica. On the inverse, failing every QTE here can actually be quite funny, and that is what I did in one of the playthroughs, just so you can see, A, what happens when that happens, and also what happens to Jessica. In the end, Mike ends up at the entrance to the mines. And as you make your way in, you'll be able to hear Jess crying out. Well, probably. There's solid evidence to believe that this could have also been Hannah, because as soon as you see Jess, she's either dead with her jaw removed or completely unconscious. Either way, the timing doesn't flow super well, but if Hannah was using Jess as bait, then that would make perfect sense. When you get there, if Jess is alive, she will wake up, only long enough to look up when the whole elevator plummets down to the depths of the mines, seemingly to her death. And as the rocks and debris falling around Mike start to settle, it's not screams that can be heard, but footsteps. Mike notices and uses the gun scope to look up the shaft. This is our first true look at the Wendigo. There's really not much here though, it is an obscured silhouette that is covered mostly by a target. Regardless, it looks good enough, so Mike shoots at it, which sends Hannah away, but he stays vengefully in pursuit. Climbing the elevator shaft is one of the more unsafe sequences in the game, and it really shows how far Mike will go as a character. At this point, driven almost entirely by revenge. Because no matter what at this point, Mike believes that Jessica is dead, regardless of if he saw her dead or not. At the top of the shaft, we see what new players must assume is Victor Milgram. This evil human that's been plotting revenge for almost 2 decades, finally bringing his plan to fruition. However, this is an ally, and we'll acquaint more with him later. As for now, it's lucky that Mike has no more ammo because that could have been really unfortunate to kill the only guy who knows what's going on. But again, plot armor, whatever. Chasing him will show how elaborate his setup truly is, and just as a motorized door shuts, Mike must hit a QTE to successfully Indiana Jones slide underneath. For drama, however, it's better actually if he fails. First off, it is also funny. Every failed QTE is pretty much funny in the game. But also, if he does fail, that forces you to look for an alternate route. And you'll find so in a dark pocket of the cave, which promises the way forward, and this framing promises a good scare. But it doesn't come. Walking through, the only slightly illuminated surface is the fog that highlights the path forward. And then, the lighter fails again. This time, for just a moment, we see the creature through the board slots. Blink and you'll miss it. As the sparks fly, basically only a rugged face with milky eyes can be seen. To people who don't know what's going on, once again, this could just be the stranger who was wearing a mask to cover his disfigured face. There are a few things to be found in here. The first on a desk by an employee area is a letter from a Jefferson Bragg on behalf of his Blackwood mining company to a Henry Caldwell, the chief of the blasting crew in the area. This letter is stating that the mines and facilities passed safety inspections and promises that the company has done everything it can to keep its miners safe. And on the back, Caldwell wrote out a reply highlighting dangers within the mines as well as issues with supplies and the miners' conditions, ending by saying that perhaps the sanatorium up the mountain can care for them better than the mining company themselves. And boy, if he knew how right he was, well, technically. I mean, we'll get into it. But clearly this reply is true because we saw the shape of the mines earlier with Jess, and we even found that map. But for now, that's about it. As Mike grabs a lantern and exits the cave, the man he's following can be seen approaching what we'll learn is actually the old sanatorium across the way. But for now, we'll leave that scene. Now, picking up with Chris as he wakes up, it's 10:41 p.m., and Ashley is gone. Looking for her takes a sinister turn as we open the door to the hall and blood covers the wall. Following this trail, we find ourselves outside, and if Chris would shut up here, we might actually hear something in the woods. There is a side path here with a jump scarecrow, and it has a mask on. The clue it guards is a severed pig's head, which isn't really much of a clue yet, but it does raise questions as to why it's here, and obviously, now with Matt and Emily, we've seen the one from earlier, so we know that there's some kind of maybe obsession with this or something. Approaching a shed down the path has us hear Ashley struggling to call out for help. Progressing through its cluttered yet creepy rooms finds us at a lever, which once approached, the lights come on in the next room, and the inspiration of Saw is revealed. Ashley and Josh are tied side by side, hanging from their hands. In front of them is a small fork track with a motorized saw blade. Obviously, with the decision being that you must choose which one of them to kill and which one of them to save. And by this point, Ashley is the only one awake, she's crying out. Josh is still unconscious. But as the maniac's distorted voice plays over the speaker, it's clear now to Chris that this is the choice that must happen as well. And that's when Josh wakes up. I gotta say, both friends in mortal danger are giving great performances. They plead over one another for life, and Josh even seems a bit disoriented as he wakes up. To those really watching, it even seems like he's overacting, which is truly a great touch. The choice isn't as simple as you'd think. On one hand, Ashley is a nice girl that doesn't seem to hold any ill will for anyone, and Chris does have feelings for her. Josh, on the other hand, is Chris's childhood best friend. However, he has been a bit of a lovable dick to Chris throughout this trip. In my opinion, it's bros before hoes on this decision. It makes more sense to choose Josh, who you've known your whole life, but ultimately it doesn't matter because either choice results in the blade going to kill Josh. Of course, he doesn't actually die. It's a super expensive fake body with an oversized glory hole for his head to fit through. It's definitely a good thing that they didn't try to move his body or even really look behind the wall that they're being tied up on, because they would have seen Josh there. Chris will, throughout this, try to apologize to Ashley if he is choosing to save Josh, like as the saw blade is going towards them. But regardless, later on she'll thank him for saving her, so I think no matter what, she truly believes that you chose to save her there. As soon as it's done though, the door opens and, covering her eyes, Chris unties Ashley and escorts her out. I think that's a good enough explanation as to why they rush out so quickly, but it really bothers me that they don't even try to check the surrounding area. I maybe would have thought like a little bit of like the maniac over the recording, like, all right, congratulations on your decision, and now you get to meet me if you're not out of there in 10, 9, you know what I mean? Something like that. But then again, that would have left the door open for him to not show up, and then that would have been really, really bad too. Anyways, Chris's knightly composure doesn't last long. As soon as they're outside, they run back into Matt and Emily, who clearly see them covered in blood, and they're very curious about that. And through Chris and Ash both stumbling through their words and reality, they surmise that Josh is dead, there's a maniac on the mountain, and that they need to get help. And to really seal the deal on the heartbreaking reality, Chris truly believes like he killed his best friend. And he's reciting the exact details as it plays through his head. Truly, truly terrible stuff for someone to feel like they've done to someone they truly care about. Emily takes the lead, telling Chris and Ash to head back to the lodge and to find Sam, and volunteering her and Matt to go and to find help. Matt tries to interject here, but is subsequently cut off. Again, overall really showcasing the give and take of their relationship. It is important to note that due to the director's cut scene being added back into the game with the remake, that this is after they find the assumed prank note with the severed pig's head. However, in the original version, if you played without the scene, after Matt and Emily leave the lodge, this is their first reappearance, which to me is crazy given how much has happened with the other two couples up until this point. As we close Chapter 4, it ends on the opposite note as it began, where Mike dropped everything to save Jessica. Chris finds himself choosing whether his romantic interest or his best friend deserve his loyalty. The game's rigged, but the choice is still made. Chapter 5 is Dread, which is convenient because it's one of my favorite chapters in the game and is also one of my favorite Metroid games. Mike is finally caught up at the sanatorium with the stranger. It's established now that he has wolves, and hey, at least there's a payoff for that board from earlier, but it's still bad news for the bears. The snow is falling heavily here, and the wind sounds like it's pushing you to the warmth and the danger of the sanatorium, which was condemned all the way back in 1954. They saw the original Godzilla and had to go home to watch it again and again. They are truly men of culture. Mike finds his way in through a slot on the side. In here, everything looks like rust and rock, and Mike remarks that it smells like a sewer. And you can truly only imagine just how pleasant that really is, because with it being as cold as it is, there really shouldn't be that bad of a smell, but apparently there is. It's not really a puzzle, but you have to move a barrel to climb up and shimmy your way out of here, and I wish we got more kind of environmental progression puzzles like this. In small instances, I think that that'd actually be pretty fun, and a good way to break up the just walking to the next dialogue or QuickTime event. As we get onto the first level, we can get to the chapel doors where Mike can take a peek inside. It must be a Catholic church. The door is locked though, so we're going to go ahead and double back through the wreckage and look for a keycard. I guess we should cover this now. Back in 1951, those definitely up to code minds had a cave-in, where some died and some miraculously lived. I'm going to go ahead and share some of the details now though, because even though there were minors involved, I will release all of the files. Something the US government definitely can't say, and that's for sure. One note that we can find from the sanatorium staff reminds them that on January 5th, the miners will return and must be shown to be treated with the absolute best care, as there will be press, and not doing so would look bad on Mr. Bragg, the guy who wrote that other letter down the mines. He's the owner. And making him look bad would of course result in the immediate dismissal. Definitely not toxic at all, but don't worry, their lawyers are probably absolutely up to code as well. On the back of this, there's a handwritten note. You'll need a nose plug. These guys smell awful. Now at this point, these people have been stuck in the mines. It could be any number of reasons as to why. Obviously, we can infer now that it was due to the cannibalism and probably sitting in their own shit maybe. I don't know, it depends on where they were actually trapped. Moving into the administration block, we can use a flimsy sliver of board to pry an old safe open. And this is another one of those moments that's super infuriating to me. Like, it really shouldn't bother me this much, but it does. It's kind of like my great-grandpa with... Anyway, I really wish that we could have items in an inventory and maybe find like a crowbar or something later on in our loop, and if we remember about this safe, we can come back and open it. That'd be way more rewarding, especially since we, again, are going to be doubling back through the general area. In my opinion, that's just way more satisfying. Anyways, inside of the safe are 30 clock-in cards, indicating that that's how many there were in total, or so we would seem. Also, the times on there are pretty much abysmal. 10 hours a day, 9.5, 11.5, 12 hours. Granted, it is on a 4-day work week. It's fine, I guess. You're not overdoing it with hours, but being in such a dangerous area and to work maybe even half of your day down in the mines, to me is insane. Negligence due to exhaustion could have also been a factor in whatever exactly happened here, but obviously the main issue is that the mines weren't up to code, which is sending somebody down for 40 hours a week. That's insane. In this area, you can also find a broken camera, which on its own doesn't look like much, but a nearby newspaper sheds a little bit more light on this. The Alberta Post reports that a reporter for the Alberta Post was assaulted to the point of hospitalization on January 9th, which, again, it's hilarious that they're just reporting on their own reporters. Obviously, it's still news, it's important, but it's kind of like the Obama meme. But apparently, the incident arose from an argument about the reporter's camera, which was confiscated just before the attack, so we also see the smashed camera. Supreme Leader Bragg admitted it was unfortunate and said an internal investigation was underway. But let's be real, that probably was an easy way to get the press out of the way. Another room that can be found is the super creepy nursery. I really don't know what that's about up on a mountain like this, but whatever. Obscured viewpoints, baby dolls, and bloody rags really set the stage for the creep show, where as you approach you can actually find a watch inscribed with, "To my darling Jefferson, we have all the time in the world." This watch has since stopped ticking. There's a lot of symbolism and imagery there that I think is really, really powerful. Time has not stood still for the sanatorium though, as paint-chipped doors and walls lead us towards the morgue. There is a medical report that gives us more details about the miners written by a Dr. Bowen on January 6th. At least we know where he was. Where were you on January 6th? Of the 30 men trapped, there were 12 survivors. Interestingly, where they expected the men to be, weak of body and mind after 23 days trapped, it was revealed that while a few had minor respiratory side effects, that overall the group was much healthier than expected. Though apparently a lot of them were acting as though the isolation has impacted them mentally. For treatment, it's planned for 24-hour surveillance, psych evals, and for those who need it, separate fixes for the respiratory problems. And on the back of this note, it's written, "One of those guys actually tried to bite me. I'm going to report it to Dr. Bowen." Yeah, you do that. I'm sure it'll help. In the basement, a table is barring the doors open. As Mike passes, we actually get a machete. Now it's our turn to strike poses and aura farm for the camera, just like the stranger has been doing the whole first half of the game. Speaking of the camera, it's both trips to the sanatorium that really emphasize just how good the camera angles were in the original game. Yes, the remake looks way better. The characters' teeth don't stick out like a Colgate commercial, and the environments feel real and genuinely grimy and lived in. But the suspense surrounding every corner and not having full control of the camera was astounding. Throw in a distant growl from a wolf and you've got some real tension on your hands, especially as Mike doesn't really know what he's up against. Downstairs, Mike finds a lot. First is this BDSM chair that has terrible implications that we'll actually see more of later, so I guess put a pin in that. Also, isn't that the kind of chair that they used for Bond in Casino Royale? I mean, maybe it was pretty just friendly here, I don't know. But among the many beds, on the wall you can see a carving that says, "How many days will they keep us here?" with a tally of 8 days so far. In another side room, you can find a telegram updating Bragg on the survivors, their conditions, and most importantly, the state of the press. Really, that's all there is to this, but just once again that, Bragg is so fundamentally a part of the corruption here, having to deal with the sanatorium and the mines. It really was, the game was rigged for these workers. In the morgue, there's a waving hand with a paper attached. To me, this is the first thing we've seen here that even somewhat puts us in mind of the prank going on at the lodge. Gore that is meant to off-put us and get a reaction. It's when you actually reach for it that you realize this was probably made as a failsafe by the guy in case a Wendigo made it down here. Because underneath the hand is a bear trap. You can skip this, but some won't be able to keep their greedy fingers out of what they see as maybe a collectible. This is a tense scene and a good emotional endurance test for the player. As Mike frantically tries to free himself, we do see the viewpoint of a low-standing set of eyes that seem to see in dull colors. While they never approach, it's clear that this is one of the wolves that we've already seen, who are probably trained to spot wendigos or check those traps as they go off or any sounds, so it backs off when it realizes that we're just a human. Anyways, if you want to keep the machete, you have to cut your fingers off. If you want to keep your fingers, you have to try multiple times to pry the trap open, which will in turn destroy the machete. Your fingers mean nothing, but honestly, neither does the machete. So it's really your pick on how much you want Mike to suffer in this body horror scenario. A lot of the choices in the game are for flavor. You can agree or disagree with scenarios, but you still do them. You cut your fingers so you can protect yourself with a machete, or you save your fingers so you'll have to use the shotgun later instead. It's all down to making each playthrough feel unique, even if it doesn't stand up directly against a second run-through. And I like that. Not every choice can be a crazy alteration, but I think the game provides enough within its decisions to be able to put some out there simply to strengthen the immersion in the journey, not just different destinations. The real friends were the decisions and variations we made along the way. In the body storage area, whatever you'd call it, the cooler maybe, we can actually open up a few of those cases and look for the card that we need. On one body, you'll find the chapel security pass that we need, and one of the funniest interactions in the game. In one of the other cases is a certificate of death for a female patient, written by Dr. Bowen, where it says that Sarah Smith had been attended to from March of 1951 up until February 24th, 1952, where she was killed by severe cuts to the abdomen, and it's remarked that it may have been from fingernails. And Dr. Bowen himself didn't seem to last much longer, because on that same day, he died to a slice in the throat by an inmate. So obviously, February 24th, very dangerous day. It's not much, but I wish we would have gotten a little more out of Bowen. Perhaps he was one of the incorruptible caregivers on the mountain that met a tragic end anyway, or something along those lines. Something that I actually praised Alien Isolation for with a very similar character. And I think the after-the-fact storytelling, like the notes and things, adds so much when stuff like that is happening. The final clue that we can find is this strange head in a jar with sharp teeth and partially bulged eyes. Now, to someone maybe not paying too close of attention, you could think that this is just due to the 60-ish years of aging that it's been in since it's been in the pickle jar. Obviously, to anyone else, we know what exactly that is. Now, punching our pass and headed upstairs has us chased by a wolf that scares me pretty much every time I play. I'm pretty surprised the game doesn't throw any QuickTime events in here though, or even that the stranger seemingly either doesn't hear or completely ignores Mike's presence in the area. Either way, that's pretty rough, because if he's hunting wendigos, he'd better hear. Now, finally making it back around to the chapel door and unlocking it has a wolf jumping right at us. This is one of those moments where you're meant to be reminded that a lot of times with animals, the best thing to do is nothing at all. Not attacking will allow for the canine to kind of calm down, and an opportunity will arise to befriend him with a few pets. You can also find a box of bones nearby to give the wolf, showing that the devs did think of some kind of optional inventory puzzles to some degree. So again, just earlier, I would have liked that a lot with the safe. Also on a table, there's a cigar box confirming that the freshly used one that we found in the mines with Jess was actually this guy, but obviously we were seeing him all over the place. But as a first-time player, we don't really know if that's a good or a bad thing yet that he was there. And after finally grabbing a jacket and not freezing to death, Mike can actually get a gun. In another cubby, there is a bulletin board of intrigue. And that's where I'd say for those of us who know the plot, it's cool to see newspaper clippings about footprints found, men missing, found dead, and even Bigfoot sightings, knowing full well that the Wendigo would be the true culprit on the mountain. It's partially covered, but the map of the mountain shows a few points of interest. One where the American girls died, where, in quotations, father died, a sighting, and 2 spots where Wendigos were killed. Again, this is the first time the game truly openly mentions Wendigos, so to not find this would be really disorienting to a lot of people playing the game, because this is kind of like the would you kindly room before you actually get to it in the game. I don't really have much else to say about this just yet, but again we'll go into a deep dive of the Wendigos just a little bit later on when we get our full introductions to their situations. Now, following the stranger has us shooting through a padlock and finding a picture of the 12 miracle men who survived the mines and who are almost all certainly pictures of the game's developers. Descending into the laundry area takes us into some tunnels, where another padlock awaits us. Unfortunately, Mike rolls a natural 1 on perception and fails to see the fuel he spills all over the floor. What follows is nothing more than a visual representation of how hot it feels when you shower with a woman. And of course, with that fade to black, we're meant to believe that either we made an error and we've gotten Mike killed, or, maybe we'll hear from him way later. It's a little bit of a cliffhanger in that way. Did we mess up? Did we not? Who knows? And I like that kind of intrigue within the game. But for now, we're going to catch back up with Matt and Emily. And it's now at this point 11:05 p.m. as they are approaching the cable car station, while Josh, as the psycho, watches through some cameras and is actually guiding them there with unlocked doors. In retrospect, this scene is one that I found to enjoy a lot more than I originally did, due to its variation and supportively strong writing. It's my liking of this scene that skyrockets Chapter 5 as a whole, given the already strong beginning and ending. As we take over as Matt, he and Emily are going back and forth in disbelief of what's happened. But where Matt can't believe how it happened, Emily seems to question if she believes it happened at all. Once again, 4.0 bitch, she's smart. Chris and Ashley were very clearly disturbed and could even be unreliable to retell the events. They should have went back and checked, and she knows this. Matt, through the player, is also quite observant. You can find freshly spilled paint nearby, stashed by some wood. If you think of the scale of Josh's prank and all of the moving parts, it's no shock that there would eventually be some form of sloppiness, things that you're supposed to not stray off the path too much, and truly this was one of the first signs of that. In the door of the station, there is a fire axe. The same one I mentioned earlier to be missing from the lodge as we were playing as Chris. Debating whether to use it to break down the door, Emily is in favor, but Matt thinks it will be too much noise. There is, however, a slotted window that you can suggest Emily go through, and if you remember earlier, I mentioned how relationship scores can sometimes determine outcomes of the same choice. In the remake, I wasn't 100% on board with every dialogue option in the couple's argument at the beginning. So when suggesting Emily go through the window, she shoots down the idea, forcing me to use the axe. In the PS4 playthrough, I chose drama and stuck with my girl in the arguments. Her greater appreciation led to a greater level of trust, I suppose, and therefore she actually does go in through the window and unlocks the door. Not to mention, this also triggers some extra good relationship dialogue that once again is very satisfying. The station is absolutely busted. The cable car out of reach with no keys and what we now know as red paint everywhere. Desperate for a new plan, Matt can find a map that depicts the location of a nearby watchtower. With the assumption that it would have a radio, Emily thinks they should go there instead of heading back to the lodge. You can either agree or disagree, and it's just for Emily brownie points essentially, but has a somewhat weird outcome too. One that I'll get to when the outcome comes back up. To get to that side of the trail, though, the couple does a little edging, where the game throws in a surprise QTE, in what could have been an acrophobic's worst nightmare. If not that, then maybe these rickety-ass boards will do the trick. Now that we're up a little ways, though, we're actually somewhere familiar. It's been a while since we've seen it, but this ledge is exactly where the tragedy happened 1 year ago. You can even find Beth's phone, where it fell out of the pocket of the coat that Hannah was given when she fell. And also a sign of our dear friend Dan Cliff. And it's all very chilling as the player to kind of be back, and you know that it's going to be some point of significance to be here, or so you think. And in a sense, you will be here very soon. It's actually leaving the danger zone that these elk reveal themselves to be true Kenny Loggins fans, who really want to take us right into the danger zone. And they really must be Kenny Loggins fans, because this shit is a sausage fest. These elk are all bulls. Where the hell are the ladies? But once again, we're on a little bit of a quite literal cliffhanger with that. And now to end the chapter, we pick up with Sam at the beach. With her wired earbuds in because she listened to Kamala, means she didn't notice Josh in the room stealing her clothes until the door shut. Now, with the towel on with a stronger grip strength than Harambe in 2016, we've got to find who stole our clothes. And of course, this is the first time anyone's experiencing the lodge's new decorations. So for Sam, who's been completely isolated, it's really, really bizarre. Headed downstairs, you can see the psycho getting into position. And at the bottom, we see him ready to pounce. One thing you can find down this way is a senior prom picture where Mike and Emily double dated with Hannah and Sam, who were best friends. From my experience, two friends going together to prom is pretty common experience, especially for girls. But for Hannah to be so close to the one she was obsessed with on this double date is a bit tough. But I do think that speaks to Sam being a good friend, even if the remake opening kind of changes things and how I feel about that just a little bit. Ultimately, it shouldn't really be canon, because that's not what the original intent was. But in the end, we arrive at the home theater, where Sam seems at her wit's end. She hasn't seen anyone, her clothes are missing, and there's all this crazy stuff going on. The doors slam behind her. She's half naked in the theater, so she's about to get the full-blown Pee Wee Herman treatment. Not really though, we actually have the psycho taunting Sam with footage of herself, which just like that scope earlier with Jessica, is just clearly the in-game camera repurposing old footage, and it bothers me to no end. She also gets to see Josh die here, so she is caught up on that event at least. But for how quickly it's shown, it's important to note that this would probably be rather unbelievable to her, given she didn't really have time to process it. The psycho starts counting down, and before reaching 0, the door slams open, and Josh, as the psycho of course, enters. This begins a tense chase sequence that acts a lot like a game of blackjack, where you ask the dealer to keep giving you cards to add up to as close to 21 as possible without going over or busting. Here, the game gives you a myriad of places to hide, but really the correct option is to continue running until a certain point. Sam, if you hide in the right place, and had found that bat earlier with Josh during the boiler maintenance, will be able to use it to escape the psycho. Eventually, after struggling to get a door open, Sam will find herself in the abandoned hotel attached to the basement. It's here that the option to hide in the elevator happens, and that's where you should finally do so. After completing a QTE to remember the flashlight and a don't move section, you'll be able to see Josh stay and listen for us, but ultimately walk away. And then of course, if you're caught at any point during this, he will subdue and knock her out. Chapter 5 lives up to its name to the letter. Dread finds its way into the players as Mike uncovers more of a tragedy and edges closer to danger, or Matt and Emily as they seemingly face completely different challenges, or Sam herself as she faces off with a maniac. The game, due to its split-second decisions and consequences for failure, does an incredible job of immersion even without a first-person mode to put you in the eyes of the characters. Chapter 6 is Psychosis, a mental condition characterized by a disconnection from reality, which is something that we're going to get into very soon. But for now, we're going to pick back up on the cliff with Matt and Emily. The elk are standoffish, but they do just move out of the way. The game tries to goad the player into attacking, which results in Matt being pushed off the cliff, where you can still save yourself with a quick time event. However, just having a firm resolve will do the trick, walking right by. Show them that you are the boss. As control switches to Emily, it's about 20 minutes after midnight when they finally arrive at the watchtower, where the floodlight's motion sensor blinds us and scares us, especially if you haven't had that scene from earlier. There's a new path here in the remake where we can actually explore just a little bit. Above an ominous open mine shaft is a bunch of abandoned miners' gear. There's nothing to really see or interact with other than this new wood-carved deer call. While blowing, a keen eye will actually see that Hannah's Wendigo is down in the mine making her approach. The last time we saw her, she was taunting Mike with Jessica. So apparently she's gone from there and now she's coming after us. Headed up the watchtower genuinely makes me want to replay Firewatch. Such an incredible game that handles the hardships of loss, paranoias of isolation, and importance of realism. Something that Until Dawn's true star, Josh, would love to have a lesson in. Once in the tower, Matt locks the trap door. And just like the Victor Milgram posters, you can actually find one for Hannah in a locker here. Of course, it's tagged, however, as a missing person. Nothing really to add. It's just really a reminder of how sad this whole situation is. The "have you seen this person" is funny given she is literally right below them. Walking around the outside has us finding a flare gun that you can keep or give to Matt. Keeping it is a nice to have for later, whereas giving it to Matt can result in either him shooting it or keeping it for later as well. This is based off of that decision I mentioned earlier at the cable car, where you either have to agree or disagree with Emily to go to the tower. Agreeing will have him shoot the flare gun, trying to signal for help, whereas disagreeing will see him less help-focused and rather keeping it. To me, this logic makes no sense, and is one of the more annoying outcomes in the game, but in my opinion it does kind of play into the exact nature of the butterfly effect, seemingly random things changing the very obvious outcomes. It doesn't mean it's not still frustrating, because in my eyes, that really doesn't make sense. Really though, shooting the flare gun, it doesn't make sense. Who would see the flare gun on the mountain? The other people? Drawing them out of the cabin? It just doesn't make sense to me. Or perhaps even the killer if they haven't already found you yet. Especially when you can actually save this for when help is on the way. At least wait until you talk on the radio. Anyways though, the breaker is also on the wall outside. Turning on the power allows us to interact with pretty much everything inside of the tower. A printer can be used, and as soon as it's on, it's actually going to print out Beth's missing poster as well. Once again, another sad moment. There's a radio nearby that we can also tune to find some help. And it's there that we can actually get a hold of the Park Ranger Service for Blackwood County. The signal is bad, and the ranger asks Emily to clarify multiple times as she's trying to give him all of the tea. As for the player, you can kind of navigate this conversation as you see fit, to emphasize the danger or to slow down and repeat yourself. Either way, it ends the same. The winter storm will delay the rescue until dawn. In college, I was in a DC electrics class, where the professor said that he would waive the finals if we got our ham radio certification. So of course, I did. It's really easy. Point is, given my expertise, the best course of action is to simply beg them to come ASAP and hope for the best. I just think radios are really cool, and it's kind of cool to see it in the game. I don't know, there's nothing else to really say. Shit gets really tense when the floodlight sensor trips once again. Matt thinks it's a deer, but it's definitely not. It's Hannah. Soon after this, the trapdoor begins to pound. Worse than my heart after I look at you, baby. Haha, JK. Unless? But what's really telling is how, when faced with danger, Emily says about the perceived killer, "He's coming for me," which shows, if not selfishness, a level of self-importance to a scale which the human mind can't comprehend. Again, we'll get into why I believe I've kind of turned a heel on Emily as a whole, but it's little interactions like this that really do kind of drive the nail in that Emily is just such a dislikable character. Hannah, already having revenge on Jess, leaves Emily at the top of the list. So she pulls the spitting high-tension wires down. Godzilla! Okay, I'm sorry. This causes the tower to tip and collapse. The plugs from all the electronics somehow started the fastest fire in the world, all while Matt and Emily are holding on for dear life. Or should I say elk life at this point? I don't know. Emily ends up falling through the window and actually holding the outer rail to stop herself from the same fate as Hannah and Beth. Now, once again, switching characters back as Matt, we pick up in the mines. Shimmying across the unstable tower, we have the high ground. But Emily underestimates our power as she decides to boss us around once again. Earlier, I mentioned that Jessica had a rebirth of her character where we as the player and Mike grow to more deeply understand her. In the mines, when life and death call to him, so does Matt. With each tremble at this point, that promises to be the final moment that Emily has solid footing. So she demands that Matt do something now. Again, it's a terrible situation, so of course I kind of get it. Matt wants to help, but he also wants to think of the best way to do so first. The demand to act before thinking is actually one that would better suit Mike over Matt, and he knows this. He is a coward at worst and a man of inaction at best. But as all the power is laid into his lap and Emily nips at the hand that feeds, Matt can make a choice to help Emily or jump to safety. Staying still won't save her as the tower rumbles again, but you can finally ask her about seeing her with Mike. Of course, she rightly says that now is not the time, which I agree, but insisting has her admitting she was really confused, and Matt straight up says that she fucked him, which is a bit strong in my opinion. We didn't really see that. But she really didn't deny it, and she only apologizes. I really don't know what to think of that, honestly, but it's important to note that she immediately kicks back into the help me mode. Maybe she only agreed to shut him up so he would help her. Highly unlikely though, as I immediately left her after this. See ya, ho. Sorry, I had to do that. Important to note, if you keep trying to save her, the flare gun will help Matt survive, but without it, Hannah will hang him on a hook, ending his night. However, this does kind of pronounce one of the major issues I had with the narrative, as Matt no longer shows up until basically the end of the game. The same with Jessica if she did survive. Jessica, I get it, she's a bit of a cliffhanger character, it's more of a did she survive or did she not? Whereas Matt, we clearly see him fully in control, alive. It's not a matter of if he'll show up, but when, and for some reason they waited until the very end. Personally, and this is just me, I would have much rather Matt ran into Mike down in the mines, and then had a little bro-on-bro action of where their tensions can really be put to the test. And really we'll get to it when the time comes, but the issue is that Matt, along with Chris, will run out of stuff to say and do after their major points in the game. This happens with Emily and Ashley too, but their cutoff points are the latest, so it's much less noticeable. This, to me, is one of the major detractors. Why don't I have an intense pairing between Matt and Mike, as I said, or literally anyone at odds with one another? Jessica and Emily both conceal their insecurities with overconfidence. This allowed them to become best friends, and also played a hand in driving them apart. I'd love to see some reconciliation, or even further divides. But the pairings made in the game are fine, I just wish that we got a little more. Speaking of pairings, we head back to the lodge with Ashley and Chris, where they seem to have become somewhat less hysterical, but more on edge in their quest to find Sam. Ashley is thankful to Chris for saving her, but the one that plays when Chris chose Josh comes off as sinister to me. A first-time player would even be forgiven into thinking that Chris could be the killer, hence why when the player chooses something, it doesn't actually always go that way. And maybe he was just framing himself as like an unknowing participant when in reality he was actually choosing who to kill. Starting in the theater, it's clear no one is a Cinemark moviegoer rewards member like myself. But headed down the halls, the doors begin slamming shut and opening up on their own once again. And, to her eyes only, is when Ashley sees a figure in the dark. Just brief enough and far enough away that the player can't even truly tell what's going on, where Chris denies the existence of ghosts. And it's kind of funny to remember that everything that's happened in the library and even all of his witnessing of the doors just now. Just a real bonehead guy if you think about it. Oh, and again, some nice foreshadowing that we need to keep our heads on. The dynamic of Chris being strong for an unraveling Ashley is a really endearing, trait. Well, until, of course, he begins to doubt his own eyes, too. This deathly pale figure guides us to a dollhouse. In it is a caricaturized but accurate depiction of the prank 1 year ago. Obviously, Josh has made this to taunt its observer. But still, Chris was completely innocent here. So when he says, "That's us," hiding there waiting for Hannah. It's led a lot of people to assume that Chris is just being nice again to Ashley. Another line of thinking that I've seen is that Chris was a victim of rewrites and was actually initially a part of the prank, before rather being placed, unconscious with Josh. Me personally, I believe he's just being as comforting as he can with small words in a hard time. In the top of the house is Hannah's diary. The first entry is about Josh, admitting she had no idea he'd been in therapy, but was so sad to realize how alone he must be, a feeling that Josh would mimic for his sisters later on. The rest of the journal depicts Hannah's excitement for the get-together, and especially for Mike. Obsession is usually a strong word, but here I believe it deserves it. The final entry happens after she got the fake note last year. She's excited and so full of life, but thanks to the events immediately after, that's all she ever was. And just when the game has its paranormal teasing at its peak, we finally got some hard-hitting clues. It's about then that a door at the end of the hallway finally opens up. To those who remember, this is actually where Chris and Ashley came out of when they were scaring Josh and Sam. Or at least they were hiding behind the corner. I'm really not sure. And going through there, you're going to get a jump scare. It's probably the most in-your-face jump scare in the entire game. It's a scary, ghostly-looking figure that's a little different than the ones we've seen up till this point. And just when the game has its paranormal teasing at its peak is when we finally get some hard-hitting clues. First, a book of lighting equipment with a hologram projector circled. Also, underneath the book is a pair of scissors for Ashley that she can use later to defend herself. Near that, behind a box, is a live camera that, again, with the hologram stuff, is a crazy red flag that something is a setup for a full production. As the duo continue on, we finally make it to the old hotel that we only briefly saw earlier with Sam, and it kind of looks like it's a bit of a war zone. Definitely burnt. And it's right around there in a side passage that you'll find a full package of those ex-janitor's arson newspapers that Chris found right in the very beginning of the game. Once again, Josh's plan is unnecessarily sloppy here too. Headed down the rest of the way, Ashley does confide in Chris her theory. This is another one of those clue dump segments where she properly uses the evidence so far and comes to the conclusion that it all feels like an experiment and that they're being watched. And this is compounded upon as you can find some switches on the floor nearby with timers marked for the TV and for lights. But again, it's really impressive how well the game incorporates information and theory exchanges between the characters. So as these two characters slowly gain an understanding of what they believe is happening, it's the kitchen area that throws them for a loop once again. What seems to act as the lair for the psycho has a butchered pig, plenty of sharp and dangerous weapons, and even a board with pictures of all the friends, with at least one face crossed out. So what for them started to feel fake feels very real again. Real danger and a real, assumedly, hit list. In the next room is a movie projector that, when turned on, replays the prank, as Ashley begins to open up more about what it was kind of supposed to be and how sorry she truly was. Only for it to end with a wonderful jump scare, because it wouldn't be until dawn if you didn't have a jump scare. But with dangers rising, it's clear that the goal is still to find Sam, and quickly. As Chris holds open another door, Ashley will see someone in the distance. Hoping to find Sam can actually see you leaving Chris to go and look by yourself. But it is just Josh as the psycho. And we're going to have to chalk that up to a bad choice as Ashley, because as she kind of runs away, very quietly I might add, you will get a fake out as she bumps back into Chris as they reconnect. As much as I'm kind of against the same outcomes for choices like this, I like that sometimes that you can make the wrong choice in Until Dawn. This one simply wastes time. Others will waste lives. I will say though, I wish there was maybe a quick time event or a don't move section in here where Josh could actually capture Ashley right then and there, all but leading to the implication that Chris was also captured, but you know, it's nice that we see what's about to happen. In the next room, you'll see Sam's clothes on a mannequin with a clown mask. This mask can change based off of your greatest fears when talking to Dr. Hill. For me, the mannequin should have been big booty bitches, but hey, we can't all be afraid of clowns, alright? And at least if it was big booty bitches, I wouldn't have noticed someone sneaking up behind me and gassing me up worse than a girl's gay best friend. So when that happens to Chris and Ashley, you can't help but feel bad, especially when they wake up as they do. As they wake, they are tied to their chairs under two saw blades, with a table between them with a gun on it. Ashley is inconsolable by now, insisting that her life and time has been a waste because the couple never actually acknowledged their feelings for one another. Chris thinks differently, that spoken or not, the time they spent together still counts, and he wouldn't have wanted to do anything else. Chris, of course, levels her out with calm words and sincerity, just enough to have her scared again when the saw starts and the psycho begins talking. The gist is, Chris must choose again. One of his arms is unbound. He must choose between himself or Ashley as who to shoot to stop the saw blades. On one hand, Ashley will beg you to shoot her this time, asking you to save yourself, but it's not recommended. I'm going to give a disclaimer, don't clip this ever. Shooting yourself is the most heroic option, but choosing not to engage with the game is, in my opinion, the only true option. The blade's lower, and at least this time a choice makes sense. With Ashley and Josh, there was only ever one jerry-rigged blade and two paths. It was never going to kill them both, no matter what choice you made, where this one is at least threatening enough to be fatal for both. Again, if it was real. The scene ends after the timer expires, or I guess you make your choice. Regardless, it's a cutaway that is a hell of a cliffhanger for a TV episode, if we want to think that way. And for us to actually get our conclusion, our answer, the next chapter buries the lead a bit. We start as Sam. Depending on if you got caught by Josh, you'll either begin by waking up tied in a chair or as Sam breaks through a vent. Let's start as though we haven't been caught. Sam is actually breaking into that same lair area that Ashley just saw a few moments ago. This, of course, being a place that no one was meant to find, as there is a lot of damning evidence here. The first, behind a layout of the lodge, is a schematic for the saw and fake body that Josh uses to traumatize Chris in the shed. Outside of confirming that it's fake, it shows how he fits his head through, and that it uses pig intestines and blood, which also explains why there were an abundance of pig heads and carcasses around the mountain. In the work table drawer, we can find a folder from Ocean View Hospital. It acts as a final psych evaluation for Josh in May of 2014, from a Dr. Hill. Sounds familiar. Someone that I've avoided discussing up until this point. We have actually technically met him, but as briefly mentioned, it is someone that we're seeing in between chapters of the game. The first page details Josh's physician history, starting back in 2006 up until the 2014 present, sees 5 different doctors due to incidents at school, disagreements over treatment, poor responses to drugs, and most recently was Dr. Hill who referred him to Ocean View due to suicide risk, roughly about a month after his sisters died. The next page is a history of prescribed antidepressants, and as someone who cares deeply for someone with treatment-resistant depression, I feel sad for Josh. The 2 drugs that were prescribed before the twins last year either had severe side effects or eventually lost its effectiveness. And once the standard withdrawal period was up in November of 2013, Josh started a 3rd drug that lasted until April of 2014. Just after being placed on suicide watch. Probably the reason for this was that Josh was self-medicating, taking higher doses, assuredly after February. The current drug is one that sounds seriously hardcore, but most importantly for my argument is the withdrawal symptoms. The usual nausea, insomnia, agitation, but the ones that stand out are nightmares, hallucination, paranoia, and catatonia. The next page was a written summary of Ocean View's treatment for Josh, with Dr. Hill signing off on this. Josh came into their care delirious, many methods of treatment failed, which ends on the drug that I just mentioned. Due to the severity of his condition, he was started on a higher than normal dose, and after 2 weeks, the symptoms were greatly improved, and he was home by May. There's also a bill on here, so all of this treatment only cost around $26,000 staying somewhere for a month and getting this kind of care, which sounds relatively cheap. Man, we truly live in different times today. I could spend $26,000 on a week's worth of gas, it feels like at this point. Again, this is Josh's lair or staging area. So we can also find his phone nearby, where he already had a conversation with Dr. Hill open from a few weeks ago. The fact that it was open maybe indicates that he was looking to kind of, check himself, maybe stop himself from doing the prank, but eventually he ended up going through with it. Apparently, Josh emailed Dr. Hill his plans to prank his friends, prompting him to reach out to see if Josh was okay and taking his meds, to which Josh replied, "I'm fine." And just as I'm about to suggest, Dr. Hill also sees the problem in simply dropping the meds and withdrawing. Those insane side effects, let alone on a much higher dose than normal, would be insanely dangerous for Josh and those around him. Given the nature of the drug completely ruining his mood stability, plus his already rough mental state, means he also never truly processed the death of his sisters. So, I've seen a lot of subreddit comments and Twitter posts while researching this part of the video talking about Josh's schizophrenia, and a lot of people got really armchair with it. The common belief is that Josh was always schizophrenic, hence why so many medications didn't work out before, as they were always only treating depression and not the underlying schizophrenia. I simply don't believe this. Looking at these clues in this context, I know we haven't seen the worst of Josh yet in this video, but given everything, it's still clear that finding the extremely heavy dosage and a list of side effects immediately before the phone that reveals that he stopped taking his meds in the middle of a treatment course all but implies that the schizophrenic symptoms that we see from him are from the withdrawal. In my humble opinion, I believe that was the author's intent. However, after some research, I don't think everyone is exactly wrong either. Perhaps Josh was misdiagnosed. Again, I don't really believe it was schizophrenia that was missed. Psychosis, one of the previous titles of a chapter, is pretty much the exact combination of side effects that perfectly describes Josh throughout the second half of the game. And even doing base level research, yes, psychosis is a symptom of schizophrenia. It can also be caused by bipolar depression and, alcohol and drug use. Obviously, I'm not out here saying Josh is drunk and that's why he's acting like this. But I want to focus on bipolar depression disorder for a minute. A condition where someone fluctuates between mania and depression, highs and lows. The highs can be times of grandeur or agitation even, and lows will be times of debilitating sadness and emptiness. And I have 3 reasons I think this could be it. First, the drug he was taking before stopping treatment was not meant for BPD. Apparently, due to the way it works, it could cause a switch to manic episodes, which in and of themselves could explain a lot. But without supervision, there's no way to know if Josh was sleeping or stable in general, especially when they sent him home in May after upping his dosage. I really believe they should have kept him longer, but again, I'm trying not to get too armchair with this. I'm just trying to give a different perspective. Second, the history that Josh has isn't exactly clear. He's clearly depressed, yes, but the inclusion of incidents in the reports leads me to suspect that there's much more than just treatment-resistant depression. Again, these aspects to me at least support mania by way of potential aggression. Again, with some of this stuff in the past where they kind of play fast and loose, so we have to too. And last, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this prank unmedicated, withdrawing, and already suffering from schizophrenia. I know there are a lot of loose ends that aren't exactly covered up, but one would argue to Josh, it's still just a prank. He unfortunately truly believes that, which we can kind of turn a heel with through the Dr. Hill sections in the middle of the chapters, and we'll get into that in really soon. But if Josh truly was in the condition that most fans believe with schizophrenia, I simply don't see how he could function enough to orchestrate this scheme or supposedly get close to Sam in the last year, which is something she kind of mentions at the ending of the game. I truly believe, even though it's still bad, that Josh didn't have schizophrenia, but due to the circumstances, especially once plans go wrong and a lot of stress is applied, that he slips into that pure state of psychosis that I've mentioned. And this is me cherry picking, but even Josh's text responses to Dr. Hill reflect the two sides of bipolar. Leave me alone, in all caps, shows the aggressive highs of mania, and the I'm fine with no capitalization whatsoever shows the hopelessness of the depression. Another thing that's actually present within the game that I think kind of shows that, the lows of depression are actually the therapy sessions with Dr. Hill themselves. We'll get into more of the subtext of them a little bit later, but what's important to note is that they're all in Josh's head. Everything that Dr. Hill says, Josh is actually thinking subconsciously. And most of the time he is attacking Josh and his decisions and the reality that he finds himself in. Again, fighting battles like this all within your head can really kind of support that idea. Now, that being said, it's all really the same. The results of hallucinations and disassociation will happen regardless of if I'm right or wrong. However, it just felt like so many people were forgetting the context in which we found the clues as an important factor of authorial intent. Anyways, after that little tangent, back to Sam as we find the final nail in the coffin, a bulletin board of Hannah and Beth. Predominantly on the front is a sticky note saying to never forget, over missing posters, news articles, pictures, and ribbons. Clearly, it's meant to be never forget what happened to them, especially given the articles and missing posters. So again, I'm not claiming it's a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but if someone had a grand plan to embarrass and scare their friends, I'm sure they don't want to stop due to their mental health plummeting and potentially regretting the prank in the interim, so they leave reminders for themselves. Again, maybe it's my confirmation bias on this one, that a manic Josh would put together this as, again, motivation. However, I really don't think it's too far off, especially given everything. He's trying to recenter himself on his goals. Leaving that room, we can actually peek in to Josh and see his huge gamer setup where he's playing Five Nights at Blackwood. You can also hear an outtake of the psycho preparing his speech, but at the last moment, the voice modifier switches off, and it's very clearly Josh. It's retracing Chris and Ashley's footsteps that we can find a camera recording facing the mannequin with Sam's clothes on it. Obviously, this is for clip farming and reaction bait. However, this is where Sam would wake up where she caught in the last chapter, with Mike calling out to her from a grate nearby on the ground. But with Sam awake already, he just wants to jump scare her with his hand. Add that to the prank tally, I don't even care at this point. This is a dire situation. Once again, another information sharing scene, so here's the comparison.
You okay?
I don't understand. How did you get here? How'd you find me?
There's a fucking maniac up here on the mountain.
Yeah, I've noticed.
He lives in this, web of tunnels. I was down there trying to get out, and then I found this crate, and I saw you.
Listen, this guy who you're talking about, he attacked me. He showed me these videos too. And one of them showed Josh being killed. Just ripped apart by this huge fucking saw blade.
Jesus Christ.
And Mike, I think somehow Josh is involved in all of this.
Wait, what? How?
I'm really not sure, but there was a message from his doctor, and it mentioned a plan that was like a bad idea, and now he's dead.
What the fuck is going on around here?
Where's Jessica? She's not with you.
Jessica's dead.
What?
He killed her, Sam. There's some maniac on the mountain who was trying to kill us, all of us, and I swear to God, when everyone is safe and accounted for, I am gonna hunt that fucker down and rip his nuts off one at a goddamn time.
Wow. Listen, this guy who you're talking about, he attacked me. He showed me these videos too. And one of them showed Josh being killed. Just ripped apart by this huge fucking saw blade.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on around here? There's a door here. It won't open. Can you...
Again, the acting in this game is great. The direction is great too. Brett Dalton and Hayden Panettiere play the two most used characters, and their range, especially for Mike, is absurd. To show a womanizing fuckboy, make him competent, and over the course of the game, show that he is flawed, but a good person, is admirable. Sam has less flaws overall, but her scenes are made up by the most educated conversations and clue deductions. Where Mike is characterized as being the popular class president, it's clear that Sam was more of the top of her class educationally. So when these two share the screen, it's nothing short of exciting, given the two very different nights they've had up until this point. Oh, and if Sam is still tied to the chair here, Mike will use the machete to unbind her. If you already broke the machete, he will have to use a lighter. Again, some of the smallest changes can make the game feel so different in the right context. Mike has come through the tunnels from the sanatorium, but he's locked out. So, of course, Sam goes and lets him in. Also, we finally lose the Gorilla Grip towel in favor of some of her favorite rock climbing gear. And this is actually a funny scene where, Sam doesn't want Mike to peek, and he's not really trying to, but I guess his mind isn't there in the situation, showing that he's kind of truly, I don't want to say changed, but arose to the occasion. That he's not thinking sexually, which is pretty much what he's done the entire game up until Jess disappeared. It's leaving that room that Chris can be overheard crying. Pushing through a jammed door shows Chris and Ashley alive as the maniac approaches them, kind of picking up where that last scene left off. Chris shoots, but to no effect, where the psycho begins to berate him for not thinking about blanks. Only to take the mask off, revealing it to be, as we know, as Josh, with a cut to black. And of course, just as we have to wait for bated breath for the main group's reaction to Josh, we pivot to the minds harder than Jack Black in his late acting career. Emily is still alive, but hanging upside down. Swinging will get her close enough to a ledge where she can finally rest. Just kidding, these rocks are gonna fuck her leg up. As the supports around her are ablaze, Emily takes a piece of wood, rips a piece of her top, and creates a torch. A lot faster than the first play session of any survival game. It shows that she's resourceful, and again, a lot of people begin to change tune about Emily now that she's alone. Limping deeper into the mines has us seeing some of the unsafe conditions that Mike was reading about. And the safety conditions haven't improved either, as the screams of the creature echo through the mines. Eventually the way forward will be blocked, but walking up the cart rail has us finding another picture of the miners. The blasting crew who were about to dynamite new tunnels in December of 1951, just before the cave-in. So obviously, that's probably where the issue occurred. A cart is braked and suspended on the decline. Releasing it sees it breaking through the door at the bottom and providing a way forward where we can see an elevator. There is, however, no power. Nearby there will be a clock-in machine, where upon approach, we can see another belch of flames on the landing above, which is directly accompanied by another screech. Following the power hookups, it's clear that we need to go up a ladder nearby. Unfortunately, this is a horror game and things are never that simple. The ladder gives way, and Emily is slammed through the floor and down the slide of her life. Without her torch, she turns on her phone light to reveal that she's in a graveyard. One would assume these are the miners who never returned. Breaking through some boards finds us at the bottom of a chasm, which seems to be on the other side of a cave-in. Nearby, a lunch pail can be found that has the owner's family photo within. Really, it's just sad. The guy has a wife and a kid. His name is Billy. Climbing the rock wall finds us back in the caverns. And for a first-time player, this section was really creepy to me personally. The stillness of the mines combined with the looming threat of the creature that we really hadn't fully seen yet were great additions to the ever-growing sensation of dread. Then, every person's worst fear comes true. Emily's phone dies. She can no longer watch Subway Surfers gameplay as she sees this amazing plot unfold. It's okay though, because the flamethrower guy's here. Wait, where'd he go? Well, maybe it was just our torch burped or something, whatever. Either way, we're back like the Backstreet Boys. With the power switched on, Emily needs to find a new way down. Obviously, we can't do the ladder, but in my humble opinion, I'd still just try to jump, save it. I wouldn't go anywhere I haven't been yet and just get straight there. I don't care. I would climb down a pole. I would do anything I can to get down. Following the tunnel leads us to a familiar sight, one that we haven't seen since the prologue. Oh, and Dan Cliff's brother, Jur Edge, is here. On a barrel, a picture of Hannah with her new tattoo can be found. Hannah wrote asking when Beth would get hers. Really, the only implication here is that the picture belonged to Beth. Maybe she had it in her coat pocket or something. These broken glasses, however, belong to Hannah. And under some sheet metal, a tally counter from February 2nd, 2014 begins, and ends roughly around 30 days before losing all readability. And as if the sheer hopelessness of the twins' situation wasn't sad enough, what comes next truly is. Just around the corner, we can find a cross marking what would be Beth's grave. To those whose brain cells haven't frozen yet in these mines, we'll easily put together that Hannah buried Beth and survived roughly a month after their fall. Once again, I need to point out that Until Dawn has once again done what Game of Thrones' last 2 seasons could never achieve. It properly teases and sets up a plot point, only to introduce new information that reveals a crazy new layer to the story, then to continue with the original developed plot point in a way that subverts expectations. The mines are scary, with Wendigo screeches and flames roaring at nearly every turn. Then we find where Hannah and Beth fell. The mines are now tragic, a final resting place. And even further in as we find Hannah's locket, it's still super saddening. It isn't until the next room that we return to the sense of dread that the game so effortlessly has set up. Approaching what clearly isn't a head on a rock reveals it is in fact a head on a rock. Beth's head. Now the player must wonder, I found her grave, why isn't she buried? But the terror of finding someone's icy preserved head kind of takes precedent here in my opinion. You're not necessarily thinking about, well, why isn't she in her grave? Then maybe at best you'll think, oh, the monster found it and was digging it up to eat it. It makes sense then why Emily hauls ass to the elevator, and we are on our way up actually. Only to actually stop where the flamethrower guy is. But we don't trust him, so we don't move. I wish there was a choice here to reveal ourselves and save some trouble. But alas, we run. A QTE and an option to light some gas later, and we're at a dead end. Hiding will have the stranger finding us, and turning back will have Emily running into him anyways. Regardless, he finds us. This whole section is where I believe that Emily has her character development and spreads her wings, as it were. Emily is a character who a lot of players see as bossy or bitchy. I am one of those players even after all of my playthroughs. However, a lot of that comes from a reliance on others. Dr. Hill, when Emily is chosen as the least favorite character, states that she masks her insecurity with overconfidence. And that comes through by way of bossing everyone around. She flaunts her grades as justification that no one could be more correct than her, and her overbearing nature is what tends to push people around. Obviously, we see people standing up to this, but to those who are most exposed to Emily, she is very much not a force to be ignored. And again, this reliance on others to basically do things for her, do her bidding, is what gets taken away from her in the mines. So as she, navigates through this terrifying experience and even shows some physicality, I believe it's this evolution of Emily as a character where she kind of finds her true capabilities and limits that I think it makes it so much easier to enjoy her as a character. So it sets up, even as she reintroduces herself into the friend group here later on, it gives us a character that we can maybe hope for a better outcome for. Whereas at one point I was hoping she fell off the tower, now I hope she lives because she deserves it. And in my opinion, it's a much better bait and switch than The Last of Us Part 2, although that was much more severe, and with a deeper meaning. Now, for the final scene of the chapter, we return to the gang in the basement, immediately where the Josh reveal left off. Chris is shocked that his friend is still alive. Sam helps Ashley free, and Mike keeps a very close eye on Josh here. Josh compliments the group's ability to get his name right, almost in a way as though they would have forgotten about him if he were truly dead. Which again, I think kind of gives, especially after everything they've been through, but I think it really sheds light on Josh's feeling about death and how everyone feels about his sisters that they're gone. He cannot get over their deaths, whereas everyone else has continued their lives, and whether they be changing relationships by way of Mike and Jess and Emily and Matt, or potentially what he sees as failures in friendship through Sam and Chris, it's clear that maybe he doesn't think that they would have moved on in the same way, or at least they wouldn't have understood how he felt. Even if it's not right, it is extremely antagonistic. And I do want to pause here for a second. The two people primarily tortured by Josh are Chris and Sam. Sure, Ashley is too in the tertiary. She's been knocked out twice by this point, but Chris has had to make 2 life or death decisions, where he's condemning a friend or love interest to death, and in the last scenario, even potentially himself. Sam, his sister's best friend, and by all accounts a well-rounded, good person, likely doesn't deserve it either. She wasn't even okay with the prank, unless you only play the remake, which is so fucking dumb. I can't get over that, and in that way, yeah, I kind of think she does deserve it. And maybe that's the intent. You know, if there's anything that the remake could do, it would show that her inaction made her complicit within the prank. But I don't like that. It doesn't fit with the rest of her character. However, regardless, with Sam, she tries to find Hannah and fails to find her in time. And in a way, the punishment makes sense given her perceived crime. Sam didn't find Hannah in time, which allowed the prank to occur. For that, Josh, as the psycho, would hunt and try to find Sam as she runs and hides from her presumed peril. Chris, I have more mixed feelings about. On one hand, he was passed out during the prank, completely innocent there. However, based on how Chris talks about Josh to Sam early in the game, as well as any other comment, he clearly isn't as connected to him as a great friend would be during his hard times, especially over the last year. The same thing in a way seems true for Chris though. The crime matches the punishment. The carpet matches the drapes, if you would. Chris enabled Josh to drink that night so much that they would both be passed out, something that Josh, in retrospect, could perceive as childish. But in doing so, this took away Josh's agency, or his choice and ability to save his sisters. So you can see where making a lose-lose choice, or multiple, could feel as though, although there is a choice, Chris doesn't really have much of the ability to save anyone. Josh does reveal that he looks at himself as a healer, and traumatizing Chris and Ashley together would bring them together, again forcing Chris to grow up. But what's weird is that Mike and Jess never saw real effects of the prank. Only the Wendigo. Emily and Matt did a bit, I guess, but their primary point of concern was also the Wendigo. It does at least feel like some consideration was made for Matt and Emily, but for as clear as it was that Josh had already disclosed the love shack to Mike, it's weird that there was nothing really there waiting. Even the Hannah picture being there is a bit of a stretch as a reminder. Terrible 80s knockoff back to the present, Josh tries to explain to the group that how they are feeling is and should be wrong, but it's also how his sisters felt before they died. So, his friends should feel lucky and be able to laugh it off with him. If you avoided capture as Sam and found all of the clues about Josh in his lair, then Sam confronts the notion saying that Josh was crying out for help and wanted to be caught. Josh denies this and says it was a harmless prank and that no one got hurt. This prompts Mike, who's just been through hell chasing Jessica into the mines, losing her, following the stranger through the sanatorium, potentially losing some fingers, and finally blowing himself up on the way through the tunnels back to the lodge to kind of protest this. He isn't in a laughing mood, and Jessica's assumed death is the sticking point that causes him to pistol whip Josh, knocking him out. And with that fade to black and cut back in, we control Chris at 1:41 a.m. as he and Mike take a tied up Josh to the same shed we witnessed him get cut in half in. Josh tries to appeal to Chris for help, but Chris rejects him. Mike, thinking that Josh has killed Jessica, is much more hot-headed than Chris regardless. But we do have a few moments to kind of jump into the conversation. Scolding Josh sees Chris, pointing out how wrong he truly is. But Josh, once again, saying that he did it to help. Dismissing him will have Josh once again appeal and be rejected by Chris. At the shed, Mike is much more aggressive. And that's when Chris can question if Josh truly would hurt Jess. And it kind of seems to kick in once again for Josh that he doesn't understand what's going on. Talking in riddles, odd voices, and unusual references, the only thing that Josh seems to do strategically here is rile up both of his captors. Mike will point the pistol at Josh, where Chris can disarm Mike, hit Josh, or do nothing. Even doing nothing has Josh calling out the terrible good cop, bad cop routine. However, disarming Mike is the best version. It's definitely the funniest. It's then that Mike sends Chris back to the lodge to check on everyone, and that is the end of Chapter 7. A revelation-heavy chapter on many fronts. Emily with the twins in the mines, and Josh fully revealing himself and showing how broken he is in the process. It's the amazing tension and pacing that keeps this chapter away from feeling too sad and much more intriguing at every turn. Funny enough, Chapter 8 will be titled Revelation. We pick back up in the mines as Emily. This is where we get our first real exposure to the Wendigo, finally. The stranger is shushing her and trying to calm her down until it's clear the best option is to get her out of there. He will shove her down a mine chute and toss down some flares before firing at Hannah. Now, deeper in the mines with glorious red mood lighting, there's only one path forward. We'll actually see the Wendigo a little bit on this wall here before she reaches through to try to get Emily as well. That's going to lead us through a QTE chase section that's actually pretty tense. Eventually, there's going to be a fork in the road. There's a highly telegraphed way that the elevator is, and then a separate path. Taking the wrong path here results in Emily's brutal death by the Wendigo, is what I wish I could say. Choosing right actually just gets a super clear front view of the beast, and Emily goes left anyway. Really, I see no issue with the fact that we're not punishing the player for making, quote, the wrong choice. But the game actually isn't shy from doing this. It'll actually do it later in the game, where it basically gives you all the information to make the right decision, and then if you don't do it, it will kill you. So basically what I'm saying is I don't want every death in the game to be from a quick time event fail or anything like that, and that's clearly not the case. But Emily is one of those characters where, really, that's kind of what you have to do, unless you're actively trying to kill her. But again, once we're at the elevator, we'll send it up. Emily uses this time to kind of center herself, reminding herself to breathe and to snap out of it. Again, it grounds Emily as a resourceful character and not so much of an unrealistic action hero. A zoom in and intimate shot of Emily's face will pan out to show a clawed hand to the left and that unsettling grayed out face to the right, searching with its milky eyes. Again, I can't get over that characterization, the milky white of the eyes, because it's so true when looking at the Wendigo, and it's just so creepy. I'm very lactose intolerant. I'm just kidding. This Don't Move segment is awesome, as are pretty much any with the Wendigos. They move in and out of frame, shaking the environment and make loud noises. Really anything to throw off the player, especially with the motion controls. Once again, I think it's really nerve-wracking, maybe even getting a little controller vibration. Super tense. Completing that will have us running through some industrial buildings and ending up on a material ramp to a grinder. And once we're going up that ramp, getting off is actually the easiest way forward. Wink, wink. And it's here that if Emily had preserved the flare gun from earlier, she'll actually be able to shoot the Wendigo that's chasing her and buy herself a little more time and therefore a little less pain. If not, when she leans up against this door here, she will be bitten on the shoulder, but she will escape either way. Now, as plot lines are beginning to converge, this storyline directly continues. Emily is screaming as she runs towards the lodge. Chris and the girls will let her in, but not before Mike hears screaming from the shed and comes to check in too, leaving Josh alone. Everyone bombards Emily with questions about where is Matt, what happened. Emily really only gets out the only useful information that there's something out there and it's a monster. Chris can follow up about a monster, and Sam will try to say that it was all just Josh trying to calm her down. But thankfully, Emily knows better than to listen to that logic because she's seen things that the others haven't. Asking about Matt will result in Emily kind of condemning him if he didn't fully try to save her in the mines. And it's about here when Mike will come in for one of the top 3 funniest moments in the game for me personally.
I got through to someone, but then that was right when the tower collapsed.
You made it.
Oh God,
yeah,
Mike!
barely.
What about Matt?
We're trying to figure that out.
Yeah, and then there was this monster that was chasing her.
She's all messed up, guys. Emily? Hey, Em?
Whoa.
Who the fuck can that be?
He did everything short of bitch slapping her to snap her out of it. Nothing else could have drove home the stereotype of the crazy woman for me, and I just think that's great. Especially him coming directly from the sanatorium. I don't know, it's just great. A knock on the door gets everyone's attention, because up until this point, no one should really be left outside and still alive to be knocking. I mean, I suppose maybe Matt, but as far as we know, he's stuck down in the mines or not alive at all. Chris and Mike here kind of attempt to do a part 2 of their couple's routine. As Chris, we can either ask for the gun or to cover the door. And whether we get the gun or we just try to get the door, no matter what, Chris is the one to open the door. So by that logic, it's always Chris that gets kicked here. I do think this scene is a bit too abrupt when Chris has the gun though, because it's just like the stranger instantly takes the gun, and it really doesn't make sense why the guy with the gun wouldn't be the one covering the door. It just doesn't make sense to me. I do love the stark contrast of the stranger and the friend group, however. This lone man has survived on the mountain and seen horrors that Mike and the gang are only just beginning to fully grasp. He's blunt and action-focused, and that is exactly what we need for what is basically a writer's stand-in character. More on that in just a second. For now, taking him to the rest of the friend group, the stranger, who I will now refer to as Jack, sits everyone down for a stern talking to, where he berates them for returning after last year, and he even calls it his mountain, which obviously raises a few red flags among the friends. How does he know Hannah and Beth, and their family actually is the one that owns the mountain? So why is he saying it's his? And, to anyone who's playing the game who's heard about Josh's clues from earlier, maybe they're starting to think maybe he's not sounding so crazy. Obviously, Jack was the guy warning the Washingtons about the land that belonged to his forefathers. However, when pressed of his guilt, Jack relents that the land truly belongs to the Wendigo, a spirit that possesses anyone that resorts to cannibalism and turns them into a dreadful, everlasting killing machine. Mike at this point will have a bit of an aha moment, as he's seen a lot of shit already. He's probably seen the most up until this point. But I wish we could have seen something from Emily here too. A dialogue or her own flashback even. Any contribution at all, as she is the only one that's really truly seen the creature up until this point. Jack tells everyone to take cover until the morning, where then it would be much more safe, but then Mike remembers that Josh is in the shed alone. And really, this is one of those moments that exemplifies just how great of a guy Chris is, and is arguably his moment to step up and evolve, as Jessica, Matt, and Emily have done before him. Against even Ashley's wishes, Chris is determined to go back and save Josh. Despite what happened, he is still his friend until the end. Jack will volunteer to take the lead, saying that Chris will be helping him instead. Even when giving Chris the shotgun, he hits him with some Jon Snow acid vice. When Chris kind of rhetorically teases that maybe he knows how to shoot, the stranger will reaffirm that he knows he can't, and kind of smirk. And this is really just a little nod and reminder that at the base of the ski lift while shooting, Jack was in those woods kind of aura farming around the camera, so he probably would have been seeing Chris shoot. Although we did good, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. On the way outside, Ash will follow us into the hallway. If you chose to shoot her earlier, she's serving us some cold shoulder with a side of silent treatment. And she really just came out there to, I guess, maybe make us feel bad. She does lock the door behind us. If you either shot yourself or no one, then she will wish Chris safety, and they do finally kiss. Josh would be absolutely so proud. It is a cute moment, and one that is a well-deserved payoff within the game. One of those arcs is finally coming to an end. Once outside, the game just feels different now. The woods were never truly safe, but now they feel actively dangerous. Chris takes the opportunity to ask for any tips and tricks about the Wendigo. And while he is white presenting, clearly Jack is an Indian man from 9 years ago on YouTube because he has all the answers to our very specific problems. Shooting a Wendigo won't kill it, only knock it back and anger it due to its tough skin acting as armor. That same skin, however, will melt away with fire, which does leave the creature vulnerable. Also, this little funny bit here.
The, pro-Wendigo tips? Like if I rub garlic all over me, they won't be able to smell me or something?
They'll still smell you.
Anything like that?
They can't see you if you're standing still. It's like toads. Sight is based on changes of movement in their field of vision.
So if I don't move...
Jack is hilarious as a character, in my opinion. His rugged nature to the more soft-spoken Chris is definitely one of the best team-ups within the game for me. The final trick is that Wendigos can't see you when you're standing still, although Jack doesn't recommend actually testing it, unless it's a last resort. By this point, we're going to be arriving back at the shed, and that has us finding Josh is gone, with some mysterious blood on the floor, where the stool is actually broken. I say mysterious because we will find Josh, and he is relatively unharmed. He is alive at this point, and it doesn't really make sense for there to be that much blood there. Not really. And it's at this point that Jack has already accepted that Josh is gone, and Chris is kind of coming to terms with that too. He's coming to grips. And then that is when we can actually hear Hannah the Wendigo nearby, so she's not far from the area still. However, before we continue, I think now is a good time to talk about Jack Fiddler. He doesn't just hunt Wendigos and chew bubblegum, he also acts as a self-insert for one of the game's writers, Larry Fessenden, who also plays him in the game, so, it's cool that he quite literally is a stand-in. Now, the fun fact I have for you today is that Until Dawn isn't Larry's only work about the Wendigo, but rather more of a culmination of it. The first being his 2001 movie titled, you guessed it, Wendigo. The second being an episode titled Skin and Bones for a horror anthology series called Fear Itself. So this character's obsession with the Native American folklore and the Wendigos goes a little deeper than you actually think. Now, the game was co-written by Fessenden, and the co-writer, Graham Resnick, who I've watched a few interviews with, he actually said that they had been hired by Supermassive, who obviously were not American, with the idea that they would need American writers for American teens. Another thing to note was this was Fessenden's opportunity as an established writer and director. However, he didn't know games that well, so he reached out to Resnick for help. The two, over a few days, at the last minute, finished a writing prompt that would end up being Mike and Jess's walk to the cabin earlier on in the game. There's a lot of great tidbits from a really rather recent interview of Resnick's on Ralph Barbagallo's channel. I believe that's how that's pronounced, I think. And I'll have that linked down below. So really check that out if you want more tidbits behind the making of. But I'm not trying to steal another, especially such a fresh source, YouTuber's thunder like that. But in saying all that, I want to bring it back around to the game. I have completely skipped over talking about totems in these dual playthroughs. Collecting them all assembles this video, which I do have a few things to say. When talking about Jack, it's really disappointing that the guy that supposedly knows so much about this creature is about to die in his first true engagement with one that we see within the game. I'd have rather it been inadvertently Chris's fault somehow over this kind of defanging than the bane of the Wendigo. You know what I mean? Like, he's supposedly so good at dealing with these creatures, and he's done so well, only for this one to get the upper hand on him in such a simple way. Secondly, when talking about Hannah and Beth, it is crazy that Jack never sought them out in the mines. By my count, the big Macapichu, I think, Wendigo, was the last supernatural threat, and by the time the girls fell, it had been killed. I mean, he knows they fell into the mines, but even if he didn't want to implicate himself in their deaths by presenting their bodies, perhaps he could have left an anonymous tip, sent the authorities in the right direction, and that could have maybe led to Hannah being found alive. It's clear we aren't meant to think too deeply about Jack and his motivations outside of Wendigo bad, must kill, or rather trap. Although I do love this video overall. It's eerie that we faced an even greater threat in the prologue without even ever realizing it. The flashes of imagery reflecting Jack's recollective storytelling are intense, and obviously the music is always killer within the game, especially the original version, in my opinion. And with that, we return to Chris and Jack, where after a quick run outside, Hannah arrives, and as previously alluded to, Jack dies by decapitation. Hannah's favorite form of killing, apparently. Even though, again, Jack just said that the Wendigo would try to eat its victims alive. Which, yeah, maybe the other Wendigos might try to do that, but Hannah never does that, and I wonder why. The music here is tense and heart-pounding, all while Chris must make a break for the lodge alone. A few blasts of the shotgun and some QTEs later will find us back at a locked door. Here is one of those moments where I actually do love, the game boldly reminds the player that no matter how good you play, QuickTime events or whatever, sometimes it's the decisions you make that determine if a character will live or die. Obviously, if we have successfully romanced Ashley, she can't hold back her urges and she lets us back into safety to start making out. However, if you've had a bit of a falling out, she won't open the door right away, leading to Chris being killed by Hannah, where she spams her one move worse than me in Super Smash Bros. And will also decapitate Chris, paying off that "don't lose our heads" foreshadowing from earlier from him. There is a bit of contention online whether Ashley is malicious in her choice not to open the door, or if she simply lacks confidence and therefore freezes. The remake's depiction favors the latter, and this is supported by her lifeless body language and uttering of the words, "It was too late." But I am firmly in the camp that she meant to do it. She just had a moment of weakness that she instantly regretted. Once again, something that will be reinforced momentarily. Another important character moment if Chris dies, Mike is really, and I mean really, upset about it. Like, I didn't really know they were bros like that, but man, I wish I had gotten more of the two of them together, and good cop, bad cop notwithstanding. I do want to point out that Chris and Ashley both have undergone their transformations during this chapter. For Chris, it happens no matter what. Deciding to save and then failing Josh, as well as seeing Jack die, would irreversibly damage Chris, who, despite seeing and doing some fucked up shit during the prank, still kept his relatively happy and go-lucky attitude. This will pretty much not return for the rest of the game, as Chris shows signs of shock, PTSD, and utter defeat. And unfortunately, from here on is when the writers had nothing else for Chris to do, or even say, so he really is relegated to someone you just kind of have to worry about from here on. Ashley's transformation is completely optional, just like Matt's. Where Matt left his cowardice to become a man of initiative, Ashley kind of follows a bit of a similar path here, although it's indirect. Her bio refers to her as a smart girl with an aversion to anything scary. When she chooses to leave Chris to his death, not only is she losing her innocence, but she does by using the scariest creature in their world without even blinking. Casting out fear and inhibition in one fell swoop is crazy character change, development, whatever you want to say, in my eyes. Although it's by this point that I'm comfortable saying that Ashley is my least favorite character, so I really don't have that much to say about her. In talking about characters that, looking for the mold of characters being transformed, hers was kind of the hardest to figure out. But I do believe this is the moment, if there is one at all, where I believe that Ashley kind of makes herself known, kind of spreads those new wings of terrible person, if you would. And this is it. After this, we get a brief snippet confirming Josh is alive and being dragged away by the Wendigo, before refocusing on the group, now downstairs. Where level heads prevail that it's best to stay locked in the basement, it's action hero Mike who decides his kill count isn't high enough to end the game yet. He needs to find Josh to get the key to the cable car, so they can all escape down the mountain safely in the middle of the night. And Emily adds the Wendigo could have taken him to its lair in the mines that she was somewhat familiar with. It's while looking over Jack's diary that we get another clue info dump from Mike about the miners and the sanatorium. But it is functionally just kind of more of a narrative tease of what's to come based off of where we're headed next. In the present, Ashley spots Emily's bite on her shoulder and starts freaking out hardcore, which obviously starts to rile everyone else up as well. But the safe room feels a lot more claustrophobic as judging eyes peer upon Emily and everyone voices their paranoias. The true shock of the scene comes from having to control Mike as he decides whether to shoot Emily or not to prevent her from potentially turning into a Wendigo, which is very reliant on, I would say, zombie tropes and stereotypes that the player may just buy into if that's kind of something they've already been predisposed to. This scene is so goddamn tense, and literally every member of the cast gives a great performance here. Even a one-liner from Chris is so foreboding that you'd almost be forgiven for thinking that pulling the trigger is the right call. It is, however, not the right call, but doing so will obviously end Emily's story right here, so that's pretty much it. Sparing her de-escalates the situation somewhat, and allows everyone to kind of go to their own corner while Mike heads out after Josh. Sam, who spoke in defense of Emily, as opposed to Ashley, Chris, and Mike, makes sure to check on everyone, and once again, Sam is nothing short of a good friend and a good person. Ashley, the bookworm of the group, as said in her bio, sits down with the stranger's journal once again now that everyone has calmed down. This offers a little more insight into the Wendigo and how the change actually occurs. The next page gives more historical context into the curse. The Native American tribe that lived on the mountain, the Cree, believed all animals on the mountain were sacred and thought it bad luck to hunt or harm nature here. Fast forward to 1893 when the mining operations arrived, finding tin and later radium. It was the mining deep into the mountain that the Cree believe released the spirit of the Wendigo just before the 1900s. The page after that is a bit more of the technicals that we kind of already learned with Chris. However, there are a few new tidbits here. One being that the Wendigo is an advanced hunter who can mimic its prey due to its basis as a human. I love this because when you read this, instead of kind of hearing it from Jack, it begins to fill your head with so many spooky scenarios, and one of which the game will actually pull on you. Another reiteration in the journal is that fire is the only way to kill a Wendigo, but you shouldn't if possible, as doing so will release the spirit to possess and corrupt someone again. This will feed into one of my more obvious theories as we kind of round out the video, but such a terrifying idea that defeating the killing machine isn't enough. Jack does mention in the book that he has killed 5, but that is actually crossed out to be updated to 6 after the one from last year with Hannah and Beth. The rest were captured with traps and put into cages. The final page is crucial, as it ties back into the Cree superstitions about the creature. The first being that Jack had found rituals and artifacts that would keep the Wendigo at bay somehow, but they don't work indoors. I assume the connection is to be one with nature rather than some affront to man, but interestingly, Jack name drops totems here, so perhaps the somewhat random placement in the woods or mines makes some bit of sense now, because he would have put them around to kind of try to ward them off. It also explains the actual wards that we saw in the mines early on as Mike with Jessica. The most important info in here pertains to the bite of the Wendigo. The Cree did believe that a bite would turn another into a Wendigo, but Jack disproves this in his own experience, saying that he's been bitten and that nothing would happen. This is great news for Emily, but bad news for Ashley as she's just made a complete fool of herself, basically begging Mike to shoot her. This has a few outcomes based off of the choice to either hide or reveal the information. Revealing it will see Emily furious and deliver the best line of the game.
Fine, Mike almost shot me, is that
He
fine?
didn't shoot you.
And this bitch almost let him.
Hey, that's not fair. She was scared.
I'm the one who's scared.
I'm sorry, Emily. I didn't know what was going to happen. None of us know.
There's no excuse for
Emily,
this.
please, just try to understand.
Understand the palm of my hand, bitch.
But hiding it will have Sam reading the book herself, and this will end up hurting her relationship with Ashley, as she will now know that she's lied about it. And therefore concealing when Emily was killed by Mike will also drop Ashley and Sam's relationship to 0, just as Sam and Mike's will be if he shoots her as well. To end the scene, as Sam kind of reads on, she proclaims that they have to catch up with Mike immediately. It doesn't exactly say why, but my guess is to give him all the tips and tricks so he won't be completely outgunned. Originally, I did suspect that it was revealed that there are more than one Wendigo, but later on, Sam will even act surprised when Mike mentions that there are more Wendigos. And that's Chapter 8. Full exposure to the Wendigo, and seeing just how some characters stand up to that hardship make this chapter another one of the greats. So many intense moments, from chase set pieces to strong character-driven scenes. And ending the chapter finds us once again with Dr. Hill. Now that we've fully revealed that Josh is the maniac on the mountain, it's time to cover these sections in their entirety, up until this point. You know, when looking at like a YouTube video or something, a compilation of all of these therapy sessions together, your time with Dr. AJ Hill only lasts around 20 minutes of the full playthrough of the game. But for as little runtime as they are, these scenes stand out as some of the most creepy and poignant overall. Throughout the first 2/3 of the game, the identity of the patient is obscured, as this features one of the only first-person cameras within the game. Though, as Hill breaks the fourth wall with the player to ask about the game that we've been playing, it becomes increasingly clear that whoever is attending is the psychopath. Once Josh has revealed himself within the main storyline of the game, the following Hill sections are much more straightforward as a means of self-reflection in Josh's own tormented mind. This reveal works well on many fronts for me. First off, it's a twist. The player at first may believe these scenes are happening in tandem with the main plot of the game, or even after, as maybe a survivor. Once we kind of realize that it's all in Josh's head, it works to kind of humanize one of the game's antagonists. Now, as we know from the medical files we found as Sam, Dr. Hill is a very real person and one that has treated Josh, who also made references to therapy that were reinforced by Hannah's diary entries. However, whenever we see Dr. Hill within the game, he is simply a visualization of Josh's conscience. That said, let's discuss what's cool about these sessions. They will flavor your playthrough a lot. Earlier, I talked about how chopping your fingers off or prying the trap open as Mike were just little hints of flavor towards the same end goals that simply exist to make each choice and playstyle feel unique to you, the player. That same flavor applies perfectly to these scenes. No choices made here except maybe one in the remake will determine anything drastic, like if someone lives or dies. The first session sees us interpreting a somewhat vaguely unsettling picture of a barn in a field during the day with a scarecrow in the foreground. This same picture is later found to be the invitation to Sam's Halloween party the October before the twins had died. Probably the last time the friend group was all together before what terribly happened. Knowing this, it's easy to see the cause and effect that occurs. When being questioned by Hill, if the player is happy and would stay in that barn for a week or weekend, then Chapter 1 is titled Friendship. If not, it will be called Memento Mori, as I have already mentioned. This scene also determines the title of Chapter 3 as either Haunted or Isolation, based on if the player expressed fear in ghosts or not. The next session after the end of Chapter 1 sees us playing Would You Rather with a book of fears, with the goal of determining which fears affect us the most. A main trifecta would include clowns, scarecrows, or zombies. The one the player fears the most will make its way into the game by way of the Chris jump scare just before the shed, and whichever mask is on the dummy with Sam's clothes in the basement. Interestingly, the zombie option also has an extra outcome here. You can thank The Walking Dead for bashing that fear out of me, so I'll show someone else's footage here. Because apparently Dr. Hill will start to appear more and more grotesque throughout these sessions if you chose a zombie as your fear. Another fear to look out for is needles. Having this be the ultimate fear will have Josh chase Sam with a syringe instead of a sleeping mask, which is pretty cool for a change. And of course, the most important choice you can say is Women Worry Me. Chapter 2's session is brief, but can be quite varied as well. Based off of the fear you displayed in the first session with the picture, be that isolation, the dark, failure, or the fear of the supernatural, you'll be asked if you share the fear and if you pity those who have it. Mike is mentioned to have a fear of isolation, reflected by his string of relationships, and Chris has a fear of failure, enforced by his inaction with Ashley. You can't fail if you don't try. When asked if you pity these characters, Hill will agree or challenge you with your answers based on how you've played the game so far, if you truly have been sympathetic to them. Chapter 3 has us using Sam's familiar book of portraits to choose which character we like the least. If you choose Josh, Hill will remind us not to be too harsh on him as he's been through a lot. Pretty depressing given that Josh is truly talking about himself here, and it's almost like his brain is reminding himself not to be too hard on yourself for dealing with this grief. Picking anyone else will have Hill defend them with more reasons, such as Emily's perceived overconfidence is stemming from a lack of confidence within. Whoever is chosen will be the one crossed off on the picture that reads as a hit list in the kitchen downstairs that you find as Chris and Ashley. Chapter 4 is less important to the rest of the game, but Hill also asks the player if the friends deserve what we are doing to them. When asked his intentions, he will reinforce that he's here to help. He'll end by asking if the player, and therefore Josh, even think these sessions are real. Hill even states that he doubts that he can even tell anymore. This mostly acts as a hint towards Josh's much more severe mental instability than he lets on, but really that's all that it is. Chapter 5 asks the player if it was all worth it. The prank, the deception, the betrayal. And whether or not Sam was caught by Josh determines if Hill believes it's all going according to plan or not. Chapter 6's session is probably the most haunting in retrospect. Hill berates the psycho. Or you could determine that Josh feels guilt and remorse for his actions internally, all compounding to the point where Hill calls him a psychopath, a crazy self-examination by Josh. Chapter 7 skips the session, and it's kind of for the best. By then, Josh is fully off the deep end, and seeing inside his mind could be room for more horror, but the pacing kind of demands a little skip here. After not knowing if he's truly alive or even mentally well, Chapter 8 sees our return in a new setting this time. We're no longer in Hill's office. And while each session has seen both smaller and larger changes to Hill's office by way of new lighting, props, and camera angles, this one has the session melded into the wintry, not-so-wonderland. Josh clearly feels guilty and responsible, not only for this terrible night where people have died, but also for his sister's deaths. There's also some great symbolism here as Hill extends a hand and a handkerchief to Josh, only for the wind to take it away before he reaches it, saying basically, "I shed no tears for you, you deserve what you get." Eventually, Josh can either apologize for his actions or play it off as just a game, leading to chapters 9 and 10 being titled Despair and Repentance or Karma and Resolution. This is also where in the remake it is locked in which ending for Josh you will get. In the original game, Josh cannot be saved. He is the tragic antagonist. However, in the remake, it is possible to save him. Basically, you need him to say, "I'm so sorry." But interestingly enough, no one has a clear answer as to how to get this prompt to occur. I did it through normal play. It wasn't hard really, but no one exactly knows the prerequisite for this, and that is kind of cool. Basically, just act remorseful, I'm sure you'll get it to pop up. Now, whether Dr. Hill is a welcome respite from the heart-pounding scenarios these friends find themselves in, or more of an unsettling delay to the player, there's no denying that these sessions add so much more depth to the game, even if their role in the greater narrative feels limited at first. It's the retrospective look back at these scenes, realizing whose thoughts they are, that make them a wonderful addition to an already great package for me. Now, Chapter 9 is titled Despair, and it's said at this point we have about 2 hours until dawn. Trademark. Mike meets up with Dan Cliff's inbred cousin, Dan Juror, on his way back into the sanatorium. Rubble everywhere and charred wood set the precedent of how this chapter will feel. Completely hopeless. Retracing our steps back into that main chapel area from earlier, Mike will immediately notice the absence of the wolves. Walking on the upper level will allow us to drop into one of those locked cubby areas from earlier. Now we're going to be able to get some Evil Dead going with a sawed-off shotgun and little to no ammo. Mike, please take more. Seriously, that would be groovy. Before continuing deeper into the sanatorium, through one broken wall, we can actually head back outside to find this cemetery, which shows a lot of impromptu grave markers dated for 1952. Pretty sure this is a remake edition, but it's a great one, in my opinion. Back on the main path has Mike showing he doesn't learn his lessons, at all, and he shoots this locked door open. No explosions yet. If nothing else, he's making a lot of noise again. Nevertheless, once through the door, we will reunite with Wolfie. How he got here and why he was left here by, I assume, Jack, I don't know. Once Mike pets him again, so that damn Pet the Dog Twitter account creams its jeans, we're off to see the wizard, or rather, the Wendigo. The goal is simple. Cut through the psych wing to end up right outside of the mine entrance. However, it isn't even 30 seconds later that Wolfie starts barking at things that Mike doesn't see yet. It's easy to forget, Mike has yet to actually face a Wendigo up close yet. He does, however, seem to get pretty up close with this torch. I'm surprised he didn't Michael Jackson his hair right here. Looking around, you'll see we're on the higher level of a secured area, with chain link all around, obviously because of the mental patients. Now, I've played enough horror games, I could probably build my own institution by now, and I could probably get a pretty good layout, if I'm being honest. Wolfie is in clear distress now, as he's ran ahead, and he begins to frantically whine. Not in pain, but rather like anticipation or anxiety. And as our own anxieties build, we can find another report, this time from a Dr. Cathcart. In it, he discusses once again how crazy the miner's conditions were. Pale skin, no malnutrition or frostbite, erratic and violent behavior towards orderlies, and instead of frailty, major bones like the tibia, fibula, and the humerus all actually extended on average of over an inch plus, which is exactly what I do every time I see your mom. This was accompanied by unusual growth in strength, with one patient lifting up to 725-pound weights, which I think he lifts more, but I actually just picture the mountain from Game of Thrones here, and yeah, it's funny that they had weights like that on standby. After these observations, the doctor recommends restraints, upping staff from 1 to 3 orderlies, and full 24-hour observation. It's only leaving that room that we see what has the wolf all worked up. One of the other wolves has been pulled against a cell door where it was gutted. Truly gut-wrenching, in my opinion, just like man's best friend kind of thing. We didn't even know that wolf, and it's still terrible. Like, this wolf was clearly not killed instantly, not in the same way that Hannah decapitates her victims, so that sucks. Another cell has a door busted and bent open from the inside. Whichever miner was in here was obviously quite upset as he scratched, "Let us out, we are starving, freezing, I will make you pay, stop testing me now." And that was with a tally mark of 9 days. Adding that from the 5 days before they were even transferred to the psych ward, and they made it about 2 weeks before fully turning, after, I assume, cannibalism. Now, we don't know when exactly they did the cannibalism in the caves before they were taken out, but, it takes them a little bit of time to fully lose their sanity, I guess. We're now on the bottom level, and once again, I want to express the importance of the original's fixed camera angles here, as whole scares are undermined by me having control of the camera. I can look the wrong way and all I'll hear is a loud sound. But in reality, with the right camera angle, I would have also seen what I was supposed to see. By this point, Wolfie has made a heel turn. He is now pissed. You can hear the growling, and he is leading the way. Following him through a busted wall has us able to kind of detour to find quite a bit, I would say. First, as a real cinephile, I was drawn to this old film reel. The visuals are creepy. It is sped up, so it looks unnatural. The granular quality is completely removed and simply shows just enough to be terrifying. A nurse straps a miner into a chair and leaves. He rocks back and forth until eventually, out of nowhere, seemingly having the strength to break his bindings and climb up the wall, where when the nurse returns, she kind of notices or screams and starts running, where the now Wendigo pursues her. In another room, we'll find a file on a patient number 9, on his skeletal hyperostosis, or abnormal growth. Important to note, this guy's name is Billy as well. He's someone we've met already. On day 4, this guy had pale skin, cloudy eyes, and a hunchback. On day 9, the scoliosis is worse, his nose is fucked, his teeth are pointy, and he has alopecia. So, what probably killed everyone back in 1952 actually wasn't the Wendigos, but rather Will Smith. Day 12 is crazy because they casually write all of these medical terms about this guy's teeth, eyes, hair, and even the outer layer of his skin thickening just for him to look kind of like a crackhead outside of Speedway at 3 a.m., if I'm being honest. A hidden door nearby put even the best secrets from Doom 1993 to shame. What's inside holds some crucial information into the sanatorium storyline. Shooting open, once again, another door, we will find none other than Jefferson Bragg himself, dead, rotted, and accompanied by a bottle and a last note of finality. They are dying outside. I hear them screaming and crying. This hell is my only legacy. God's punishment for my mistakes. No escaping my fate. Death awaits me now. And trailing off the page, he signs his name. This shit isn't sad at all. But still, it's very compelling to see a morally compromised character seeing the error of their ways in their final moments. We haven't actually talked about Supermassive Games' other foray into PlayStation accessory hardware yet, the PSVR, with the sanatorium-based prequel, The Inpatient, where you play as an investigative journalist heading into an asylum to expose the staff and uncover the truth. Oh wait, that's Outlast. Really though, that's exactly what happened here too, but this all takes place during the Wendigo awakening of 1952. So we do see Bragg, as well as one of the Wendigos that we're about to meet, and there actually is a real Victor Milgram in the game, which I think is kind of cool, probably someone made up after Until Dawn, of course. But with that being said, it does seem like Josh did his research into the sanatorium to some degree, so it makes you wonder, did he know? There must have been a cover-up about the Wendigos, of course, but you had to know something was going on if he knew that a Victor Milgram actually worked on the premises. Now, I haven't played The Inpatient, and I won't really unless it miraculously comes to PC, but I will say that its ending intrigues me. The player character is set to escape with one other survivor. By the way, I'm kind of reading things, that's how I understand it. And when push comes to shove, one can escape and the other will stay on the mountain. If the protagonist escapes, they are forced into silence about the events on the mountain, so therefore a cover-up. Now, however, if they're the ones staying and they succumb to cannibalism, then the after-credits scene will show something completely different. It will show through the Machu Picchu's vision, hunting Hannah and Beth, obviously indicating that this is meant to be the protagonist of The Inpatient, which is crazy given the video that we just watched earlier. This directly conflicts with the voice line in the events of the past video we covered earlier where Jack says his grandfather couldn't defeat it. He says then the prospectors came and the miner's storyline played out as we know it. So, on one hand, we hear that the Machu Picchu predates 1952, and the prequel says he comes from then. I say, why not both? Jack is so vehemently against killing the Wendigo and releasing its spirit. Perhaps defeating it means to trap it and imprison the beast rather than killing it and perpetuating its life cycle. Grandpa had to kill it, so I'm proposing that Grandpa had to kill the Machu Picchu, leaving it to find new life in 1952, where it still grew larger and more cunning than the rest. This would also back up the idea that that's why Hannah grew so much larger than the rest, due to that same spirit's transference. So thank you 2018's The Inpatient, very cool. Anyways, back to the sanatorium with Mike. With dancing shadows all around, the tension is at an all-time high, with no sound other than Mike's footsteps, until a box shifts and a can falls. Do you shoot? Well, your patience would be rewarded seeing Ted Cruz scurry off to his little hole to support Israel. Holy shit, it's Mickey Rourke. You're going to want to shoot him up faster than your local crackhead when they're trying to hide all the evidence when the police roll up. This is going to put us in an intense chase sequence that you're going to want to hide to save your wolf. Once you've barred the door, Mike will put his head up to the open window because he wants to be in a John Travolta and Nick Cage movie. Yes, I'm well aware that's not what that movie's about. I just wanted to say that he was going to tear his face off. Anyways, if you got the machete, you'll slash. If you don't, you'll blast. The next room will be too quiet. That's when another Wendigo makes its grand entrance, and I love by now that the game isn't even hiding their appearance anymore. They are grotesque in every way. The lack of full eyelids, lips, and nose show a face completely devoid of emotions, that instead shows its newest assets. White eyes that seem infinitely deep, and decaying yet sharp teeth that when their mouth is open let out hair-raising hisses. This is when the escape is really raising the stakes. A don't move section pierces the eerie stillness as the heartbeat pounds on, only for a bottle to roll that a QTE is needed to catch. Once again, I love these random little one-off QTEs that could really ruin your day. In the hallway, Mike must do something he's never done before: show restraint. These cells hold the captured Wendigos. They will reach out and grab you, like your little cousin who wants to play the games on your phone at the function. Missing a QTE or failing to shoot a Wendigo here will result in Mike's death, ending his story early. Is again what I wish I could say. Mike can't die until the final chapter, just like Sam. But again, we don't know this on our first playthrough. However, the survival decisions we make as Mike, the machete, the wolf, shooting the Wendigos, hell, even shooting Emily, all have no bearing on his ultimate survival. Yes, we can save the wolf by staying tip-top on our QTEs, but I wish there was more to it. Perhaps the only way to save Wolfie can be with the machete, or without it, we won't even have a choice to save him at all. Or, using context clues that these Wendigos are captured, so we don't need to shoot them, helps us conserve ammo for a life-saving decision later on. In the end, Mike and the wolf will make a break down a long chain-link hallway, where the door will be jammed. Before Mike can open it, one of the pursuers will catch up. Shooting it will knock it down and kind of hold it off long enough to roll a barrel nearby down its way. By then, the other Wendigo of the two that's been looking for us has joined. With 3 shots here, the game, I guess, is hoping that you'll get confused, but shooting the barrel will explode them and throw Mike through the door. Apparently the wolf just doesn't get thrown around by the explosion. That's what I choose to believe. Shooting a Wendigo will see the other one hop on top of Mike faster than Jessica did as soon as she had some mood lighting. Interestingly, while the wolf will distract, he won't actually die due to this mess up, which, I believe he will do throughout some of the others. Back inside sees us heading up the stairs back into the psychiatric ward. The walls have long since fallen away, but the fencing that's meant to keep the patients in now kind of protects us from the inside moving forward. Moving through these rooms as a makeshift hallway feels more safe after every Wendigo that's spotted outside of the fence. Of course, though, as we get to the end, the game remembers, man, these guys can lift 725 pounds. They're definitely going to get through that fence. And they do. Mike finally has a good excuse to shoot a padlock for once, so he takes the opportunity to blast his way through here. On the other side, we're going to be tempted to escape or to bar the door again. If you want to keep the wolf alive, you're going to want to bar the door, so you can give the wolf a chance to escape as well. And this was the part that always did confuse me. Mike will jump down here to go, to continue to escape, and the wolf will stay here, seemingly maybe trapped in this room, if it's truly safe, but he doesn't follow us anyway. And while still, the respite is short-lived. As Mike sprints for the exit up the stairs, both Wendigos show up in force once again. They've made their way around and they're not dead. The 10 billion barrels behind them couldn't be more telegraphed to blow them up, and obviously we will. Apparently, however, if you don't shoot them for whatever reason, or failed certain QTEs during any of the chase leading up to some of this, then Sam will actually have to enter the sanatorium to save Mike when we get control of her here in a few minutes. But alas, we have escaped and exploded the bulk of the building, and honestly probably the wolf too. R.I.P. He ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3. We also see a flaming spirit confirming at least one of those 2 Wendigos did die, but then also a scorched hand rise from the rubble, somewhat seeming that, maybe this Wendigo is weak, but it's gonna make it out. And that's it for now. The scene that happens next is determined by how we did as Mike way earlier. It's Jessica. She spent most of her night laying on this lift that she fell down all the way back when Mike potentially saved her. And by this point, she's probably half frozen and fully terrified. We see her wince at the sound of a Wendigo and grab a miner's jacket for somewhat of warmth. For now, it's just good to see that she's alive, and actually a bit of a bombshell. However, if Jessica is actually dead, we'll actually just cut straight into the next real scene, where we'll play as Ashley. The group of survivors are headed to find and warn Mike by way of the same tunnels he just used. Chris almost immediately starts stealing Emily's thunder and starts bitching. But unlike her, he actually asks to be left behind to just catch up later. You'll have that choice, of course, but keeping him with the group doesn't slow anyone down. It really just increases their relationship. Leaving him does have an added consequence, but ultimately it isn't really that major. For now, though, we'll retrace Mike's steps down a long, irrigated hallway, complete with rust, stone, and this time, screams. Eventually, the path forward will be blocked. Mike blocked the door behind him, in case he died and someone needed to get the key instead of him. Very great thinking, Mike. Awesome. Like, really, who was he blocking? The only people he was potentially blocking were his friends. I mean, nobody should have been coming through that tunnel unless all of his friends were already dead. So, at that point, who cares? The new path forward is Macaulay Culkin's hit band, The Pizza Underground. So we're going to be going down through a manhole into the mines. This part in the game always bothered me, as the group never waits for Ashley to kind of close the grate. Given what's about to happen, I know why, and it still bothered me. Stick together my ass is basically all I really have to say for that. Though making the more cool decision towards Chris and letting him be the last one actually almost makes that make sense here. So in that way, I feel like Ashley doing it, if you do choose to wait for Chris, is a bit, I don't know, it just is jarring. Chris is behind because he physically can't keep up, and already volunteered to be left behind, essentially. However, for my playthrough, it was Ashley for both, so you can enjoy and see the outcomes of those. Basically, we'll make our way along a single path until we hit a fork in the road. And that's when we'll hear a voice calling out for help. Now, the voice is faint, but Ashley and the subtitles both assert that this is Jessica, who, if, we know she's alive, have just had it confirmed that she is alive, and in the mines with us. Now, you have the choice to ignore this entirely and rejoin the group, but you should not do that. Investigating does have us following a different trail than everyone else, but it does not lock us into any kind of deadly fate. The music as we approach the voice is really creepy and tense, but I think anyone from a mile away can call bullshit on this one. So as long as you're being vigilant, you're going to see that there is a totem here that you can only get on this trail, and then you can just ignore it. The source of the cries for help comes as a trapdoor is being rammed from below, just like your Anyway, actually walking up though, Ashley will unlock the bolt and lift the door. That does seem a little too weak to be holding back a Wendigo, to be fair, so I can see why you could be mistaken or why you think it might be a fake out. Which makes it all the better when Hannah pulls her own prank on Ashley and jumps out and decapitate her. These crazy kids, they just don't know when to stop, do they? Jesus. What I do love about Ashley's death scene in particular is how unnerving it really is. Staring into someone's eyes is already uncomfortable to me, but it being the twitching eyes of a dead person whose video game graphics already put it into that uncanny valley, as her head and her body are dragged away, is even worse. It's just awesome. Now, the same goes for Chris here. If you actually chose to leave him behind, it will be him that actually hears the voice. But it's really more of an option for Ashley, in my opinion. That should be the one that most people are seeing, and it should be her challenge, as it were. Being the bookworm that she is, it makes sense that her reading about the Wendigo, mimicking voices, would inform her decision-making here. Chris has, I can't even say PTSD, there's no post about it. He's still in it. He's got that TSD. Now, just like that Jess scene, we get a little tease of what's to come. Panning shots of underground environments with water wheels and stalactites and mites, ends with a shot of Josh being dropped down onto the ground. But he is clearly still alive. Now, where this plotline kind of becomes redundant to me is this next part. The way forward is a rock wall, something Sam clearly has a passion for. She's brought rock climbing gear, but we haven't really seen that yet. Chris is hurt, and Ashley and Emily can't climb, so Sam must go alone. Except that's not true, Ellen. Given this cliff that we're seeing here, we've actually seen Emily climb a higher wall already. Sure, she may not be jonesing to save Mike, but at least stay with Sam, and splitting the group evenly between the two and not letting Sam go anywhere alone. That makes sense to me. Really, what bothers me is they shuffle all of these characters through these tunnels to save Mike, only to turn them all back around to the basement except for Sam. It feels like wasted time in a game where I'm already wishing for more scenes. Hell, even if this was just meant to be a reflection of people's opinions of Mike, I would be totally cool with that. Yes, maybe Sam is always the one that goes and actually gets to save Mike. But perhaps when Chris feels strongly about Mike, say their good cop, bad cop routine does good and they have really good rapport, then Chris really wants to go too until he can't. Or, Ashley, if, say, you tried to shoot Emily, she knows that Mike is a guy that can get things done and she wants to help him. And then Emily won't go in that scenario because, well, she's dead. However, if, Mike spares Emily, then perhaps she'll feel a little differently and want to go and save him. Whereas Ashley will write it off that he is maybe making reckless decisions anyway, and he needs to live with his own consequences. Some form of reflective nature here, which the game already does so well in other aspects, felt like a little bit of wasted potential, in my opinion. Sam will climb up though, and given we've discussed everyone else's transformations, I suppose it's time for hers. Sam was a hard one to really put a pin in that felt meaningful. On one hand, Sam is definitely comfortable being alone, and even when not, she's described as a pacifist in her bio. So, as she takes the leading role of the group, looking for Mike, it is already somewhat out of character for her. But she always could rise to the occasion. She always had that potential, I believe. Where Sam really steps up and faces her own unique fears comes very soon. But I figure I should at least mention the leader thing now, because I do think that plays into kind of how Sam deals with tonight. And upon making her way towards the mine's entrance and getting scared by an actual visible flaming Wendigo spirit, wild by the way that we can actually physically see that, we will get to see Mike force his way into the door, followed closely by an actual flaming Wendigo, probably the one whose hand we just saw. Now Mike loses the upper hand very quickly, and Sam takes advantage of the opportunity of the distracted Wendigo and beats the creature's head off. Its skin and, structure is so weak because it's already on fire, so it was pretty easy to beat it to death. Sam and Mike exchange words. What are you doing here? Warning you about the Wendigos. Yeah, I know already. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's just dialogue that we needed to catch up with. Nothing ever too crazy. And I'm saying all this and I'm being willy-nilly, but by this point in the game, my eyes are absolutely glued to the screen. Worse than any Facebook MILF on Monopoly Go. And I'm not stopping either. At this point, I'm locked in. And neither are our two action heroes. They elect to continue together into the mines to find Hannah's lair. And with Chapter 9 being done, let's come back to Sam for a minute. Described as a pacifist, this is evident in her time on screen. Her rejection of violence just put her at odds with Mike, and an aversion to confrontation also sees her bowing out of relationship drama as well. So, when leaning so heavily away from it, it's good to see that Sam was able to act to save and defend Mike. Even though this leans more into her brave trait than anything, it's still a meaningful transformation for her to be a part of our heroic duo. Another thing of note, Dr. Hill will reveal that Sam's greatest fear is the supernatural. And in my notes here it says, do an impression or something. So here is my best supernatural impression. Sam, come on, we gotta go. Dean, what the hell, man? We gotta save the hot chick, Sam. Dean, I know, but I don't know if I can do it, because I don't have a soul anymore, Dean. Anyway, so, as someone who isn't violent, and even greatly fears things she doesn't exactly understand, Sam cements herself with her other friends by breaking the molds that she has created herself and stepped out to be a true leader within the group in a lot of ways. Now, Chapter 10, final chapter, home stretch here, guys, we're almost done, is repentance. In other words, to feel great remorse and regret to one's wrongdoing. And speak of the devil himself, it's Josh. He's not off the deep end, he's all the way into the ocean. Dr. Hill berates Josh for pushing those away who cared the most, and that his own horror show wasn't the only fear-inducing secret on the mountain. So, subconsciously, Josh is somewhat aware that things aren't right tonight. It's good to ground ourselves into the reality of what Josh actually knows and believes. For as Hill leaves, this is the first time that we're seeing the world as Josh, outside of his own little mental sessions that we've taken part in. And it's too much. His sisters torment him with lullabies as Josh tries to convince himself that they're dead. And that's only answered by more screaming and yelling by pretty much everyone that he knows. We're hearing voice lines from everyone. It's very traumatizing, tormenting. Eventually, Josh succumbs to these voices. After saying they can't tell him what to do, he lapses and says that he trusts the voices. Controlling Josh for the first time, we can kind of walk in any direction, and it won't matter. Beth and Hannah will show up as the animated dead, rotting but direct in their questioning of why didn't Josh save them. Again, Josh is wondering this himself through them. It's really, really sad. The third image is one that feels like it truly breaks Josh and his views of reality. A giant wall of flesh is cut open from the opposite side by a machete, only to produce the head of a pig that Josh will punch, and it will drop to the ground lifelessly, spreading guts and gore all over, only for all of the gore to come back together and his sisters rise again. Again, Josh asserts he doesn't take orders from them. Now, it's clear to me, and probably to most players, that what he's really talking about here is he means the grief and guilt of his sisters. He no longer takes order from that feeling, evidenced by the machete cutting from inside the flesh, inside his mind, to reveal his deepest trauma and insecurity. Where before a pig's head emerged, now it is actually a Wendigo. Many speculated how Josh could actually see the Wendigo in his nightmare state when he hasn't really seen one up close. You know, the idea that you can't make up a face, you have to have seen it before. And yes, while Hannah has grabbed him, I don't really think that he would have truly seen her up close leading up to getting dropped in there, given how he was mentally before. And in my opinion, I don't think this is just a vision, I think this is reality. Perhaps it's a little different, sure, but I think the Wendigo is real. Hannah is truly there, examining him. Maybe her face is up in his face. He isn't a threat, so she doesn't attack him here. But the deep remembrance of a brother lost is truly the only thing that keeps him alive while he is still fairly defenseless and not trying to escape. After a cut to black, we pick back up with Sam and Mike immediately after their encounter with the Wendigo. By this point, we've got some pretty breakneck pacing. The game is cutting between storylines that are converging in major ways. Sam reminds the player this was truly her first run-in with one up close, and Mike discusses how he actually recognized its scar as the one that the miner had in the health report, the one whose name was Billy Bates, and it was actually his lunch pail earlier that we found that I mentioned that had the picture of the wife and the kid. It's really sad to see the final outcome of what happened to that family man after over 60 years. When Sam asks how many, Mike replies, too many. And boy oh boy do we need to talk. I get that half of horror movies and stuff are about people making the wrong choices, but in a game all about making your own choices and living with the consequences, does this part bother me? And I mean the whole story section. Mike goes to the mines through the sanatorium. Sam waits 5 minutes and brings the whole group after him, only to send everyone else back alone. Mike finds other Wendigos and in the process of breaking through and escaping, sets the rest free. I think there's 3 of them at the end. Is it really bad writing? Not really. Does it bother me to no end? Yes, yes, and yes. Because another thing, how was Sam able to take a completely different path where there were no Wendigos, other than maybe Hannah, I guess, and still catch up to Mike and be more efficient? Yes, you could argue that Mike didn't know about that path, but man, it just looks bad. But as Sam and Mike get closer to the lair, it's hard not to feel uneasy once again. Those feelings compound when you dig up a grave with Beth's watch and a skeleton. Both Mike and Sam come to grips that Beth was down here and that's where she died, but question who could have dug her up, and quite frankly soon we'll get our answer. The only way forward is actually a natural lake that's deep underground and located on a Canadian mountain. So you know how cold that truly must be. So, as a man watching Mike get in, I kind of came to terms with the fact that he would be a bit of a wimp for the rest of the game because he just lost his balls. Also, Mike tries to hit on Sam here in the remake. It's a little weird, but yeah, if I thought I was going to die, I'd probably be shooting my shots worse than the best hitman in Butler, Pennsylvania too. Regardless, I don't like it. I think it's a weird change. Keep it in your pants. It's this bit of water that we see the water wheel again, and due to like the most useful totem you can find in the game, you'll want to veer left here. And the answer to the question of who dug up Beth lies in Hannah's makeshift journal. It's written on the back of some Blackwood Mines incident reports, so the parallels are once again in full swing. On day 1, she says the fall killed Beth, and her own leg was broken. But Hannah is confident someone will come by this point. By day 5, Hannah says she's hungry to the point of pain, and because the body needs food to stay warm, she's also fairly cold. She took Beth's sweater and fondly thinks that her sister is still looking out for her. We skip ahead to 1 month in on day 30, and Hannah just writes that she's sorry to Beth and to anyone that finds this. It's here that we can assume that she dug up her sister, that she's already buried to eat her. Her desperation already at its limit, but let's not forget the spirit of the freshly released Makapichu would linger on the mountain as well. 3 days later, Hannah writes again. She feels unclean, but nothing else. No cold, no pain, just strength. All of the changes in Hannah's optimism and her tune, just for the needle drop on the final page to be nothing more than scribbles and the word hungry. She had lost her mind and soon her body almost 1 month after being lost to the world. What tears me up about this is that if Hannah stayed close to the hole and probably screamed, then maybe she would have gotten some attention. I mean, sure, the snow probably would have obscured the girl's footprints regardless. But it's established that these parts of the mines are also near the watchtower, so the cliff being kind of perfectly wedged on the trails between the lodge and the tower means that a search party definitely should have been through there. Sam and Mike are mortified by this discovery. Sam combs through the evidence and presents it to Mike, who is in complete disbelief. Learning how much worse the girl's situation was than just being dead and missing is truly upsetting for them, and especially Mike, given his residual guilt from the prank. But to truly heal all wounds, time will not work. This will. Headed down south of the Blackwood Pines, I'm thumbing my way into the old mines. Staring up the cliff and I pray to God I see headlights. I made it till dawn in like 10 hours. We took a bath but no showers. And I'm hoping for Joshua, I can see my baby tonight. So rock me mama like a water wheel. Rock me mama any way you feel. Hey, mama rock me. Thank you. Don't all applaud at once, and Darius and whoever else had that song. Don't come for me, man. Back on track to find Josh has us opening a metal door that feels pretty out of place for the cavern so far. The room's going to be filled with water, but as it starts to pour out, it will bring the heads of Hannah's victims so far. If you've played perfectly, the only head will be Jack, the flamethrower guy. His death is set in stone. And due to this, Sam and Mike can always freak out seeing, a head of somebody. That's just terrifying. They don't roll well for perception because they don't see Hannah's out in the water, and man, she is menacing. This next room is one of the most haunting and hilarious in the whole game, where the heads rolling out can be a shock regardless. It's here that the game asks you to reflect on your decisions. If you've been clumsy, you can see the bodies of Jess, Chris, Ashley, Matt, and even Emily if you failed some QTEs. So, this room can be a heart-sinking one for sure, but it is super funny when there's no one. And Sam and Mike still have to act appalled about Jack, I guess, even though they already saw his head, which is far more terrifying. It's like when you know what you're getting for Christmas because you saw it under your parents' bed a week ago, but now you've got to act super surprised regardless. The only thing that could stop this performance of the year is Mike seeing Josh. He's still in that mental break from earlier when the two approach him, and it takes Mike slapping him to snap him out of it. Josh stutters and pleads with Mike not to do that again. Mike, now aware that Josh didn't hurt Jess, says he had to get him conscious. If you found Hannah's cave diary, Sam will jump in here to tell Josh what they found. This isn't a choice, this is just something that's going to happen. But given his mental state and the location they're at, they're not even somewhere safe, this seems pretty reckless to tell him. But it is, for a story standpoint, for a reason. Josh gives Sam the cable car key, and again, to prove she knows rock climbing, she starts climbing back towards the lodge. And while she heads back to collect everyone, Mike is going to escort Josh back the way they came, which actually doesn't make sense. In the mines under the basement, where Sam sent the group back to safety, only she went on because of the climb, so once again, we've established that they can't climb. Mike also doesn't know this route because, I guess they could have talked about it. So his instinct and experience is to go back through the now destroyed sanatorium, I guess? Which, it's like, what's the plan? Get outside and then just run through the Wendigo woods? No thank you, Michael. I'll stay right here. We take over as Josh again, from here on following Mike. Mike actually again apologizes for how he treated Josh, when he thought he was a killer, and it's a sincere moment overall. The way back finds us again heading into that very cold water, and you'd be forgiven for thinking surely Hannah has moved by now, she's going to be somewhere else. But she hasn't, and you're wrong. For Mike, there was always other fish in the sea, so Hannah makes him take a plunge. Again, she doesn't kill him here. She's had plenty of chances, especially earlier on in the night, so it's very telling that there is some kind of mental capacity of Hannah within the Wendigo. Before Mike resurfaces, Hannah grabs Josh, and he will protest saying, "You're not real." If Sam told Josh about Hannah's diary, he will recognize his sister's butterfly tattoo, and Hannah will straight up spare him and drag him away again. However, if you don't, he'll double down on the Wendigo being hallucinated, and Hannah will pop his head like Oberyn Martell. What's weird here is actually how she kills Josh. We've already been shown that she likes to keep heads as trophies, I presume, only for her to pop her own brother's head, one person she's clearly kept alive already due to her recognition. I really think it's his lack of recognition that prompts Hannah to give mercy to her brother, symbolically ending his mental torment by ending, his mental altogether. Mike is shown to slide along the wall and do the kind of Ripley grimace as Hannah drags her brother off, alive or dead. The next scene is one of tying up loose ends. You'll play as Matt primarily, or Jessica if Matt is dead. If both are, then you'll go to the next scene. Matt has been exploring the mines for a while now. Finding a lamp will be followed almost immediately by a strung-out Jess attacking him. Her voice is strained, her face bruised and beaten, and her posture all scream that she's close to death. She'll go on to explain that she and Mike were attacked, and she quickly found herself in the mines. The elevator she fell from will be right there, so she clearly hasn't moved too much. Matt will even bond with her over, falling deep into the mines. It's interactions like this that I wanted throughout the entire game, forcing those at odds fundamentally to work together. With most of the friend group now being in the mines and being hunted, it's no surprise you'll hear Hannah in the distance again. Or was it kinda close? The paranoias of the mines are only amplified by the echoes. Hannah will clear up the rumors though and make another sound, sending Matt into high alert. With an outcropping between the wall and the wood, we can either hide here or keep running. Running will kill Jess, as she can't keep up. Hiding will have us stay still and catch Jess from falling, to avoid detection. Where up until now Matt believed there was a psycho on the mountain, he would now go on to believe Jess's story a little bit more, and I think that's fair. Continuing the escape does feel a bit jarring. Alone as Matt, he can adequately keep a lead. Though waiting on Jess feels like playing tag with a 2-year-old. Sometimes you move a little more slowly so that they can kind of get away, and that's exactly what happens. Hannah never quite catches the lead, and unless you keep running, you can pretty much play it safe. Breaking out of this Temple of Doom style door here has us doing one more don't move section, and then Matt and Jessica have officially survived the night. I actually do love this final scene for these two characters. Playing as either Jessica or as Matt, or maybe not playing as any of them if they've already died, is just a really cool concept. I know I also would have loved a Matt and Mike scene, but a scene where Matt escorts Jess through the mines while Mike is also in the mines with Emily looking for Josh and not with Sam would have been great too, where the two couples mismatched would have to help each other get forward some way, but be unable to converge. I think that'd be great. I can picture it now. They yell across a far chasm, and Hannah uses this to her advantage to mimic obscured voices. Anyways, that's the last time we can see Matt and Jess until the ending credits. So, as we begin to lock in our characters' fates, let's switch back to Sam. We join her pretty much as she reaches the peak of her climb out of the mines and into the open mountain wilderness. I'm not sure why at this point I feel this way, but I was hyperfixated on that ass. No, actually, but how cold the game feels once again. I don't know exactly why that stands out any differently here. Maybe because I know that she's been recently in some water, but the Wendigos are a clear threat. But the steady snowfall, leaving deep tracks in the snow, just shows that staying outside away from the lodge is just as deadly at this point. So, after Sam's third bath of the night, we'll head right there. Passing the shed that has been such a busy place tonight, Sam will hear something behind her and run once again to the same back door that Chris did. This time though, Mike is going to come up behind her, and once again the whole plot point is completely negated. Mike goes with Josh, and yes, Josh gets got pretty quickly. But Mike still gets to the lodge at the same time as Sam while taking a completely different path. Breaking the glass and getting inside the locked door has Mike telling Sam that Josh was taken, and it's clear he's presumed dead. And the somber moment of guilt is punctuated by some foreboding music as we kind of head towards the basement, where any survivors would be. At this point, we have no idea. As our action duo round the corner in the Pee Wee Herman home theater, the other friends will be running out, chased by the Wendigos that have escaped the sanatorium, and they made their way there from the tunnels. Once again, a consequence to our previous actions, unfortunately ones that were pretty much set in stone. If Emily was bitten, and therefore Ashley told Mike to shoot her, then Emily will shove Ashley here and try to kill her, showing there truly is that same dark side to Emily that we kind of saw in Ashley. Now, as everyone makes their way upstairs, eventually Sam catches up, only to find everyone frozen where they stand. Hannah is waiting for her next victim, perched on the centerpiece. While Sam has fought and helped kill one, she hasn't yet tested the freeze tag method yet. So, Mike reiterates to not move. I love this close-up shot of Sam, especially in the remake. Her face has clearly taken a beating, her mouth is open but in shock, and her eyes are fully bloodshot. The level of detail put into the remake is special sometimes, and while I wish we would have gotten an option for the original camera angles, I am glad that the game got the overhauled look. This was probably the hardest part in the game in the original. The motion-controlled don't move events were tense as it was, but this climax of the game raises the stakes with many lives on the line, and the most intense and drawn-out versions of these sections as it is. After this first one, Hannah fails to see the friends, but that's when the other Wendigos make their debut. It's crazy to see the difference in demeanor between Hannah and the rest. She's bigger and she knows it. All she needs is a flute. She meets the others on the floor at their level, hissing and seemingly challenging them. The miners were a lot more cautious and low to the ground as they enter, but even as one climbs up behind Hannah, she easily slams him through the stairs and the fireplace, Hulk and Loki style. It's then that Mike notices the gas line to the fireplace has been broken open and is actively leaking gas. He now remembers Jess's greatest teaching, fire and mood lighting. So he motions towards Sam that he wants to break the light bulb, exposing the filament. This is pretty smart. The exposed spark with the air filled with gas will definitely raise the temperature in the lodge by a few degrees. It's a good thing they didn't invest in LED light bulbs yet, making that shoddy electrician that the Washingtons hired the absolute heroes of the game. And with Sam's nod back, Mike heads for the bulb. Meanwhile, Hannah is ragdolling Wendigos left and right and shows that she has the strength to tear the head off of one straight up. Again, don't mess with Hannah. Now, a classic horror trope has to come back in, which we've kind of avoided for a little bit now, as the floorboards creak, setting Hannah on high alert right in Sam's direction. Another don't move challenges the player to focus on anything other than the hideous creature in front of them. Her long, slender body reaches far into the uncanny valley, her glossy eyes look for Sam, and what's worse is she is slowly stepping towards us. However, this was just the distraction Mike needed to get to the bulb, and he promptly crushes it in his hand. Ouch. The sound of the shatter will call Hannah over to a very still Mike. It's at this point that if Chris is still alive, he will run out of the lodge to safety, therefore locking in his fate as a survivor. If it's not Chris, it'll be whoever's next in line, and this is when we get the first choice that we can make in this climactic bonfire. We can save Mike, or run for the light switch now that the bulb is exposed. This will kill Mike, Ashley, and Emily in the explosion if they're all, of course, present in the end. So we won't be doing that. Saving Mike means Sam will yell out to Hannah and draw her away from him. It's here that most likely Emily will run out. Remember when she pushed Ashley a few moments ago? This allowed Emily to be the one closer to the door, so she would escape first. However, if Emily is not bit and there is no confrontation, Ashley will actually be the one first here. With the next don't move section, Hannah will get right into the camera and scream. Sam's headlight unevenly lighting the monster's face to reveal in full detail the lifeless eyes, sharp, uneven teeth, and a lot of drool. It's creepy. I mean, seeing it that close, it would probably be terrifying, and if this were real, I mean, I'd be dead, that's for sure. Again, we're presented with the choice to run for the exit or hold out once again. Hiding again, we'll see Ashley escaping, leaving only Mike and Sam at this point. And finally, the last don't move section allows Mike to head to the door. Well, unless you messed up earlier. Sam and Mike have been safe the whole game, but here they can very easily die. Missing any of these don't moves will result in either Mike being hurt or Sam being killed by Hannah. Mike is the ultimate failsafe for the story, however. If Sam dies, Mike will either run for the door, or if he was hurt by us choosing not to save him, he will use his lighter to blow the place up, because he won't be able to get out on his own, sacrificing himself. And while I do think that's a great sacrifice and a really cool use of a death within the game, that is not what we're going to be doing here today. Eventually, Sam will run for the door and the switch. One of the minor Wendigos will lunge for Sam and would have succeeded had Hannah not actually grabbed that Wendigo mid-leap. Symbolically, I'm sure I could draw parallels between Hannah's short-sighted attempts at Mike while she was alive and how they led to her death, whereas her short-sighted bloodlust as a Wendigo also sealed her fate as my mother-in-law's cooking, burnt all to hell. The flames completely enrapture the lodge just as they did the sanatorium. However, this time the survivors' faces were also lit up by the morning sunrise, and their hearts filled with hope. Radio cries of discovery will play from the Park Service's rescue attempt that Emily called in earlier, as the game fades to white and then black. And that's it. That's Until Dawn. Well, mostly. We've got a bit more, but for now the game rewards the player with police interviews with the survivors. Chris will talk about Jack, Ashley about hearing Jess in the mines, and Jess will deny this when she's asked. Emily will try to incriminate both Matt and Mike for endangering her, but if Matt tried to help her, she will sing his praises. Matt, on the other hand, will reflect on his own performance in saving Emily, showing that that's really where his hang-up was. Mike and Sam will both discuss Josh, about his betrayal and his psychotic tendencies all within his betrayal. The interviewer makes it quite clear through his questioning that he doesn't believe the group about the Wendigo or anything of the sort. Sam, in the final interview, knows this, and will tell them to check the mines if they don't believe her yet. After the credits end, the MCU influence can still be felt today, as we return to Hannah's lair through that same room with the bodies. In the original game, there was only one possible scene here. Either Josh was killed earlier by Hannah, leaving there to be no scene, or he will have been taken, as we can recall. With Hannah now dead, Josh was left to his own fate in the mines. Starving, he will have already began eating his sister's victims' bodies when the police finally do find him, prompting him to attack as a half-formed Wendigo. And not to linger on this point for too long, I mean, this is like the tragic ending to the character and the really only one originally. But I did want to point out just how crazy it would be potentially, I mean, there are other possibilities here, that the same spirit that possessed Hannah or controlled Hannah is also the same one that would have influenced Josh. It's not 100% confirmed in that way that it was the same spirit that was the Makapichu, or if the spirit of the Wendigo is less of a physical entity as I say it, although the game has kind of presented it that way, and more of just a general, emphasis on that craving, in which case it could be anything. But in the remake, however, there is another possibility. While it seems hard to figure out the exact criteria, getting Josh to feel guilty and repentant for his actions, we'll see Josh facing his own inner monologue with Dr. Hill, embracing redemption, and also resisting the urges of the Wendigo. I'm not sure if the change is really worth it, narratively speaking, but it is a much more happy ending than I generally like to see happen in games and stuff like this, especially if there's going to be a follow-up or a sequel. More on that soon. Until Dawn is a game about a lot. Primarily, in my eyes, it's a statement on trauma and guilt, presented as a shotgun blast of different characters, storylines, and outcomes, with each major playable character experiencing some form of physical and emotional torment that forces them to evolve, sink or swim as it were. For Chris, who is so defined by his inaction, to step up and try and save Josh is a great character moment. Matt, who is shown to bend to Emily's every whim and is actively a coward, will take the reins and not only question her loyalty, but leave her hanging if he doesn't like the answer. Sam, who spent most of the game alone and based off of her demeanor, probably the same in most of her life, except for with Hannah, would go on to look out for and lead the group of survivors in their time of need. Her aversions to the supernatural and violence also didn't stand in her way of her survival skills either. And finally, the one that I've waited to talk about until the end, Mike. He's funny, short-sighted, and everything else you need from a kind of comedic action hero, a likable guy. Mike is different from the rest of the friends. He's essentially the main character in terms of playtime and gameplay variety. Where Mike's story does falter is his inability to die until the end, which is the same as Sam, but mostly Sam wasn't even in the same level of danger as he was. Where Mike's story does, however, pick up is the lore contributions, as well as his interactions with other characters. Dr. Hill will say that Mike's biggest fear is isolation, a big theme throughout the game, how destructive it can be on an emotional level, especially for someone like Josh. So, when Mike drops everything to save Jessica, it's probably not entirely selfless. He probably, to some degree, does try to save her for his fear of being alone, even if it is subconsciously. However, upon witnessing her fall and thinking that she has died, Mike kind of accepts this solemn path of vengeance and then redemption. Mike initially follows the stranger to avenge Jess's death, but upon being sidetracked learns of the miners and their blatant exploitation, where Jefferson Bragg and company took advantage of their labor in the very dangerous mines only to end up killing or deeply traumatizing the survivors. This runs parallel to Mike's own romantic life. Women are accessories to the class president, popular guy, who uses the same lines and buzzwords to lull each of them into comfort, just as Bragg wrote off on the conditions that his workers faced, where Mike leaves distrusting, distraught, and unintentionally dead girls in his wake. Mike means no true harm, but it's the sanatorium that works as a bit of a wake-up call. Forcing Mike to be alone through these sections is masterful, because without putting on a show of any kind, we see Mike react to everything genuinely, and he has proper time to reflect. In his final moments, Bragg locks himself in a secret room and drinks himself to death all alone. For Mike to see the direct results of greed and the misuse of other human beings as his exact fear, dying alone, is perfect. Really, I believe that. But between Mike and Josh, another character that I've covered, although more speculatively throughout this video, I believe the game does a great job with its characters, especially the ones at the center, the protagonist. I earlier in this video referred to Josh as an antagonist. That's true. But in a certain way, you can look at him as a protagonist as well. So were there shortcomings within Until Dawn? Yes. I believe there were points of wasted potential, silly plot points, and just decisions that just really don't make sense. And especially in the earlier parts of the game, upon replaying the game multiple times, realizing that a lot of those choices don't really matter. It's stuff like that that does detract from a game like this, but the wide breadth of different things that you can do within this game truly are, extravagant and, nice. To me, to put it plainly, this game is so special that when I send it home from school, the bus it rides on is not full length. Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. I had to get one last joke and maybe one chance to make you subscribe. Well, with that being said, I feel like I've given my thoughts throughout this video. I don't need to summarize the whole thing now. But there is one final point that we need to talk about. In the Until Dawn remake, there is a second post-credits scene. One where we're going to follow up with Sam in Los Angeles, and it's said to be some years later, so a few years at least. The only light illuminating the nightstand is the alarm going off on Sam's phone. The light shows a bunch of different prescription bottles, probably to deal with her PTSD or insomnia, some kind of issues there. And the other thing that's obviously very clearly in the view is a book called Creature Myths of the Great Plains. And while I'll dwell on that in just a moment, I do want to kind of talk about what we see next in the scene. As Sam looks to turn her phone screen off, she realizes there is blood leaking down her arm, and it's got this weird, shape to it. It's not just a bite or even a scratch, anything like that specifically. It almost has a symbol to it. There is a knock on the door. Sam expects there to be somebody knocking, so perhaps she's not living alone. But that's when the screen gets even darker, and a voice that sounds a lot like Dr. Hill's reaches out to Sam. This unnerves her. So with this being said, here is my take on what it is. Does this confirm a sequel? Well, kind of. I mean, they could have been planning for a sequel before Ballistic Moon essentially got shut down. There are, however, rumors that Ballistic Moon was only ever doing the remake, and that the actual follow-up to the initial game, outside of the tie-in to this sequel by Ballistic Moon in the remake, is actually going to be done by a different team. Allegedly, that's going to be done by a studio actually owned by Sony, Firesprite Studios. You know, I've listened to a PlayStation podcast here or there. I think Sacred Symbols is a really cool show. I like that. That's where I heard about it first. But outside of that, just looking at the evidence that there is, they did have a job listing at Firesprite for a AAA narrative-driven horror adventure game, which is exactly what Until Dawn is. At the bare minimum, it's very similar in style. That doesn't confirm anything. No names were given. Also with the fact that Sony decided to add in this new end credits scene. But apparently, due to job listings, it's clear that the project at Firesprite, whatever it is, was reportedly in development before the remake was even announced, and some have speculated that the development would have started in 2021 or 2022 for that. Are we so back? Maybe not. You know, the remake's reception wasn't that great, apparently. I mean, I actually just recently, while I'm finishing up this video, saw that there was an update on PC. But I don't know what it was for because there's no patch notes, and I'm thinking, who the hell made the update? The Until Dawn movie was terrible. I hate what they did with Dr. Hill's character being kind of omnipresent evildoer, or whatever he is. I don't like that change, and it seems like they want to lean into that with the sequel based off of this end credits scene. And really the only thing I can say, the only extra bit that I can add, is that I don't believe it's going to be Wendigos again. First off, it's not going to be scary, it's not going to be a twist anymore. But secondly, I just don't think that's what we've hinted towards. Sam has made it many years now. While she may still have PTSD or some kind of issues dealing with and coping from that night, it's clear that she's still looking into the supernatural in some major way. I believe, not an anthology-like series, but I believe Sam will be the connecting piece into this next game. Maybe none of the other characters will return, maybe they're only hinted to, but I think if there is any character that is likely to return, it's actually Josh. Mostly because they went out of their way to make you be able to save him in the new remake version of the game. I don't think they would have done that for no reason. Maybe Josh was the one that was supposed to be knocking on the door there, I don't know. Regardless, I think it's really impressive, and to talk about the scratch or bite or whatever mark on Sam's arm, that suggests it could be some other cult-style thing, or, you know, some dark, deep creature that, like a vampire or something, I don't know, that she's already dealt with in some major way. I'm just thinking this is like a full-blown supernatural thing. You know, she's got a gun case full of shotguns and salts and things like that. And with that being said, we've spent a lot of time together. We've talked about Until Dawn. We've talked about the development of it. We've even briefly talked about its spin-offs, sequels, and, well, that shitty-ass movie. I'm done with this video. It's taken me far too long. I've had many life events happen that have slowed this video down. I'm ready to get it out. And with that being said, thank you so much for watching. Please consider sharing and subscribing, and I hope you have a wonderful spooky month, or year, or life, or whatever the hell it is at this point whenever I get it out. Thank you. Goodbye.